Revels begin.
Rebels, huh?
Revel.
Like R-E-B. All right, it being January 24th and 6:30, we're going to open up this meeting of the Chelmsford Planning Board. We're starting with a work session, going over our plans for the MBTA zoning town meeting presentation. We have in our packet a timeline. Well, we generated a timeline last time, actually. And here we have a draft that we generated the idea for last meeting, as well as some FAQs organized by Chris. Thank you very much, Chris, for your hard work. And so, why don't we start with the timeline? We kind of went over that last time. I don't think there's been any material changes, other than the fact that Paul, at the select board meeting last night, or Monday night, proposed that he wants to start the Thursday night meeting with the MBTA zoning presentation rather than have it fall to chance.
He's
when
suggesting that people will take it out of order to start Thursday night.
Right, and I think that's
That's an excellent idea.
a wise idea. So that gives us a little bit more clarity on exactly when that presentation will be forthcoming. We had also discussed at the last meeting that, kind of at the end of the meeting, that it's probably not the best if any of those of us who are running for a planning board seat be scheduled to be the presenter. I think I brought it up last time, and I would like to reiterate that I would like anyone who's able to be present of this board, and if it's in any way comprised differently of the next board, to be, presenting as a group, although there should be most likely one designated presenter, as there are quite a number of us who are up for election. I would like to propose that Mike Walsh be the primary presenter.
That's fine. If everyone agrees with that, I just mentioned that we'll all be together up there, I'll present. And then we'll have, is NEMCOG planning on attending as well?
Yes.
So Kelly will be there, and Mike, or both of them?
I've informed NIMCOG of the board's preference.
Okay. Because it would be great to have her there if they get into some technical questions in the question part of
Absolutely.
it.
Yeah.
She'd be able to, would she be able to speak?
With permission of
The moderator?
town meeting.
I see no reason why that.
Remember, this process is going to start with select board after the election, FinCom, pre-town meeting, and then town meeting.
Okay.
We're talking about 4 presentations.
Yep.
NIMCOG will be at each one.
Okay.
Okay. So does anyone have anything they want to add or suggest to the timeline or the schedule going forward? We have this draft. I did not personally put in the dates that need to be put in terms of when we exactly started working and the number of meetings that we held. I mean, I can do that maybe this weekend if no one else has done it yet. It's just kind of going back and going through the agendas and minutes of the meetings. Does anyone have that information readily at hand, or? Okay, so then
We'll probably have to do the same exercise.
Yeah, I'll do that over the weekend. Other than that, anyone have any thoughts or suggestions? I know you had mentioned you had a couple edits.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
plenty.
Mike and I talked about that already. We're going to try and, for a number of these slides, cut down the words, and then make sure that we have the key points noted, pictures, things like that. We're even talking about potentially having a companion type of handout for more of the facts and figures.
Perfect.
So that people have it on hand.
And you can refer to
Yep.
page blah, 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 but we didn't,
Yeah. So we would have the slides, the FAQs, and then specific facts and figures related to the presentation.
addendum sort of
Yep.
thing. Yeah, I think that sounds great. And the other point is, that I want to make, that is that the election is almost 4 weeks
Right.
I think, 5 weeks before, it's like a good almost month before the Thursday night presentation. So, you know, assuming that we're not all displaced, we can all certainly be participating throughout that process.
And the one comment that I made to Chris was, from my seat in the town meeting, I just want to be, because it's very hard to read some of the slides in that part. So we'll have a complete set of all of our facts and maybe the presentation on the table, for each table, but we'll cut down on some of the texts so you
Yep.
can actually see it and blow it up.
Yep.
So we're getting the facts so that people in the cheap seats in the back.
I mean, maybe
where I
a
like to
bullet,
sit. You
a
can-
word that brings
know,
up a whole sentence.
Just when it gets to a paragraph, you can't see it in the back of the room,
Right,
and the audio in there, which is fine, so.
yeah.
And just on your timeline, so we have forward proposed zoning to town council for review prior to the select board signing the warrant. That's February 1st.
I think that may have happened on Monday.
Okay.
Can you confirm that you've been asked to begin to review the draft warrant?
I have not yet.
Okay.
Unless I missed
The
it.
draft warrant was part of their packet on Monday.
Yes, yeah, no, the manager mentioned that he was either it must have been in process of sending it to council to begin review. I will forward it to you separately. There's a couple items that will need to be refined as far as numbering and things of that nature.
So, because that on the timeline is next Thursday. And then our next meeting is the 14th. And then on the 14th is to finalize the draft presentation. Then the first legal ad for zoning public hearing goes out. And then send out an email invitation to all the town meeting reps with an invite to the February 28th.
Right, so if you're at your February 14th meeting, if you guys are able to finalize
The presentation.
the presentation and anything else supporting documentation, then on Thursday and Friday, I would send out an email to all town meeting reps with all the attachments, anything you want to post to the website, videos, inviting them or notifying them of your hearing opening on the 28th. Great.
Okay. And then did everyone have a chance to look at the draft?
You want to go through it quickly?
Sure. It's gonna take
So
me a
the
minute.
first slide is really about the background about the law itself. Key quote from the law. And I was thinking, similar to what Lexington did in their presentation, is have an example photo on the first page of what that area might look like if it were to be developed. So help dispel some of the triple-decker views. Some information on the second slide about why we have to do this, what the state is trying to accomplish with this information, or with the zoning. And then more specifics about the requirements. So again, this is one of the more wordy slides, we'll cut it down, but really highlighting some of the key requirements that we have to meet.
Some of those don't, at least one of those doesn't apply, right? The first one. If it doesn't apply, should we just
Yeah, it's
either
just gonna cause
leave it out or
confusion.
strike
Yeah,
it
we
out,
can,
or-
we can strike it.
You're talking about bullet number 1, about the half mile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commuter rail.
Okay. I thought it would be good to include this picture in here to show what it is that the
totally
state's
agree.
trying to do, and then on that, where are we targeting the density in our zoning? So talking about the whole missing middle that the state's addressing, and then really narrowing it down to that lower half of the missing middle that we're trying to address in our zoning.
Should we put a big red X on the tall buildings to the right?
Yeah, we could, actually.
And it would probably be good, like, right after that, which we'll get into, is show more of examples of
Yeah.
what we're only looking for. That's it. just like 2 pictures on there that say, hey, this is what we're looking for. And if we know what they are in town, I mean, Lexington's picked locations in town, so everyone's familiar with them. And then we put the, like, where that came from.
Yep. And then we talked about, talking about the strategy that we had and why we pick things, how we're picking things, what's our strategy on the zoning.
Can I make a recommendation here?
Yeah,
I would put maximize any positive impacts after the 2 minimizes.
okay. I wanted to try and start with something positive. As a general
Yeah,
rule,
but
you
I
start a
think
presentation with
No,
something
I
positive, but
know, but I think people want to know, there's a lot of negativity already against this, and so I think it's good to say that, yes, we're trying to minimize the negative impact. Minimize short-term development, get that right off, because otherwise it'll get
yep.
stuck on the maximize.
I had the same thought.
Thank you.
And then the next 2 slides are about the steps that we took. We'll compress this and add dates to it as well. And then wanted to talk about what districts we did review. Again, Mike and I were talking, and what we may try and do is put pictures of the areas here, and then put this detail into the subsequent handout that we give people so that people see where these are and how big they were and things like that. So we can represent the areas on the slides in the presentation and then give the details in the handout.
Do you want to have that one be the ones that we looked at but didn't select?
Yeah, so this is all of the districts that had been, that we did review throughout the period.
Yeah, but I was wondering if we wanted to leave out the ones that we did select, so that we're just identifying which ones we didn't select. And then I didn't know if we wanted like a short reason why. Like for
We-
Riverneck, because we thought it was likely it was going to be developed or something.
Yeah, we could put in a little bit more about why we didn't.
I think that would give people insight into what our thinking was when we went through it. So why we rejected certain things. So they can see there's a pattern of our not wanting to do something that was likely to be done.
Yep. Yeah, so I see why you're recommending the ones we didn't select instead of all of them, because
Yeah.
the reasoning. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Paul McDougal's on Zoom this evening.
Yes, Paul is on Zoom, sorry.
And then I haven't had a chance to put in the maps here, but these would be showing the districts that we did select and why. And then we get into some of the more details. Again, we can put these in the handouts for the UMass West, showing information about how big it is, the developable acres, and what I also wanted to put in here was not just the unit capacity that NEMCOG worked with us on, but how many current units are in those developments, and then what the net new would be for the 2 areas. So that people can see that it's not a development of 1,000 units, but it would be less.
Do you want to put like the proposed, like UMass West district and put down that like town meeting already approved this development?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kinda
that
like-
would go in the why slide before that, why we picked that,
Okay.
because part of it was pre.
Already zoned and approved.
Yep.
I didn't even put it, I wouldn't even put it maybe in the title.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
It's,
Paul, you broke up a little
right,
bit.
Paul? It has an agreement that goes with the property.
Yeah.
Am I correct, Paul Haverty?
Yes, there is a development agreement in place.
That's all we gotta put.
Yep.
That's,
Now on the 110 district, The stuff that's in here is actually somewhat incorrect. I need to go back and redo them. I had not remembered that the bank property was included in the district. And then the condo units up at the top of that development, only half of them are included. So I need to work with Evan to readjust the numbers in here as well. So I need to fix that for the current units and the potential
Potential.
new units.
Do we
and
know how big the bank property is, acreage-wise?
A little over an acre,
A little over an acre?
maybe 2 acres. It was modeled at, I think, 36 units.
Are we still gonna keep the line splitting the condominium complex?
So at this point,
Locked in, right?
well, at this point, NIMCOG has submitted this information to the state for their review and preliminary approval. This reflects what the board specifically discussed, meaning that, if you recall, the board specifically discussed removing the 2 single-family homes along Hunt Road.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, when that was modeled, this district had, I think, it was 700 units. The board wanted to reduce the capacity. And you left it up to NIMCOG to kind of figure that modeling out. So what they decided to do was pinch down, these 2 buildings as part of this multifamily. So they shrunk it from the north and the south.
Because that development is 2 separate properties, so they could do that. The upside is that makes it even less likely that that's going to get redeveloped, because a developer is unlikely to buy the entire
Yeah.
condo complex to
Not be able to.
not be able to
Permit it.
do the zoning in the entire area.
Right.
So it actually kind of works to our advantage.
You might want to put that as a point.
Yes, I will.
So you're saying that there's up there in the little corner, the right hand, right there, yep. That's part of the condo complex?
This is all one
Condo complex. So the developer would have to buy,
Those 2 humps, is that what you're saying?
yeah,
Yeah, they would have to buy all 4 buildings.
they would all have to agree as a condo association to do it.
There may be multiple associations there, 'cause there's multiple lots, similar to like Williamsburg.
Oh, maybe.
It's one development, so I could look into that a bit
Yeah,
more.
but that may be,
Yeah,
point
the point is that, it's an unintended strategy, but one that likely serves the strategy well.
short-term.
Yeah.
All right. And then in the next slide, we talk about the total modeled results compared to the guideline requirement. I wanted to add this in because our modeled totals, the 1520, is higher than the 1477 requirement. And I'm a little concerned that may raise some red flags with folks. Why are you putting in more units? But we're doing that primarily because we also increase the land associated with that
In order to reduce the
in
density.
order to reduce the density. So I wanted to make sure that we get that point across in this slide, that because we're doing 100 acres with that modeled 1520, we're able to achieve a really low density of 15 per acre, as opposed to only doing 50 acres at the required number,
Yeah.
which would be almost 30 units per acre.
Right.
So I wanted to kind of provide that information to folks as well.
And also, kind of corollary to that, is if you're going to have 29.5 units per acre, you're going to have, by requirement, you're going to require larger
Larger buildings.
structures and
Yep.
more box-like structures as opposed to condexes.
Yep.
Which isn't what we want.
And then I figured we could put in some pictures of possible architecture examples. If anyone does have any, feel free to send them my way. I couldn't find any offhand, so left that for now. And then we should probably put in some highlights of the bylaw, because we talk a lot about the zones so far in this presentation, but we don't talk about the actual bylaw itself that we're passing. So we should probably put in some key points of the bylaw to explain some of the information. Things like that we've modeled it after the current multifamily housing zones.
In the sense where we just show what's different from the multifamily, so everybody can go.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. So things like
Well, and I
that.
think we want to stipulate that we aren't expecting, under any circumstances, something larger than, taller than 3 stories, in concordance with
Yeah.
general zoning.
So if you have any highlights that you think we should highlight, send them my way and I'll add them into the presentation. And then the last slide is really just to summarize some of the key points that we've talked about in the earlier presentation about the zones and about the zoning itself. Again, this is a little wordy, so we can pull some of it out and put it into the facts, but I want to make sure we end the presentation on a summary slide with some key takeaways that we want people to remember. That's about it.
Thanks for doing this.
Yeah,
Thank you very
Great
much.
job together.
yeah, it works out well.
So somewhere along the lines, it was mentioned, I don't know if it was the planning board or a different meeting, mentioned that for this particular article, there should be an consideration to allow the planning board to go beyond 10 minutes.
Yeah,
that there?
that was at the
It's
select
at the
board
select
meeting.
board,
It
yeah.
was. Okay. I think that's a good idea. I'm not sure. Maybe somewhere along the lines, maybe the planning board will put it on maybe the 14th agenda, so we can have a formal conversation, maybe take a vote. That way the chair can reach out to the manager and the moderator to begin those conversations, just logistically.
The reasoning was that the more time we have to present, the fewer
right.
questions after and
Makes total
confusion there
sense.
might be, so.
Yep. And as it is, I mean, the presentation's, 16 slides, so
Yeah, it's gonna take,
otherwise you're rushing it. And
Yep.
no one wants to hear a rush presentation.
Do we have an idea of how much time we want? I think 20 minutes would be enough, or
We
25?
can run, well, how soon do you have to ask for that request?
I would do it sooner the better, but I would suggest 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, but we can run through it and then see how it.
How long
yeah,
it takes.
I'm gonna bet it's
takes
gonna
right
come a
now,
little
and then
longer.
It's gonna add longer than what we test run automatically.
Yeah, I'm not sure 15's enough, but we'll see.
Ask for 20.
Yeah.
And then everyone will be happy that we're not taking 20
Yeah.
minutes.
That's what I was thinking.
If we finish early, they're not gonna complain.
True.
So if you wanna ask for 20,
Well, why don't we vote? Why don't we see how long it takes, practice running it a couple times, and then vote on it, and then, yeah. Is that okay?
so I would just ask, like, when we were talking about the examples of pictures, so if anyone on the board knows of a nice looking multifamily that is in town, that we can use for an example, or a few of them, just tell us the address and we'll shoot out and take a picture. We can use it for an example, like a 3-story multifamily, or, just how that's how
Yeah.
Lexington did it.
Is Acton Road,
What was that, Paul?
could we use Acton Road?
Yeah, you could.
Acton Road, how many units per, per acre did that end up being?
It's a little over an acre, and it was approved at 18 units.
I'm not using it for like an exact
Yeah.
so, like the look of it, so that
Yeah.
people realize it's not a 5-story structure. And it has a nice architectural look to it, you know?
Yep.
Just giving some examples, visual.
And then did you work on the FAQ as well?
I just made some small adjustments. I looked at the other FAQs that were given, and let's see. The only changes I did make are tracked in the document. So I added all the examples that Paul Haverty gave me on question 3. Also added some information on question 6 about the fact that this is really about zoning and not about actually building.
I
Clarified.
think that should be number 1.
There's so many of them that I thought should go up top, and I kept moving the order, and so the ones I initially put at the top ended up low, and so. Number 10, I clarified, which I'll have to redo again, the total net new units, and then talked a little bit about the density there and how it's a lower density. I thought it was important to put in clarification on what is by right for people who may not understand what that is and how that impacts us. Question 14, I added, some of these came from, I think, the NEMCOG FAQs. If things are in by right, what other controls do we have to control things? And this talks about the site plan review. Also, I added in the aquifer protection, environmental regulations, things like that. Little clarification on the affordable housing, but not too much difference, and that was, I think, about it. And depending on what questions we get from the other meetings that we have, the other presentations, we can continue to build this until town meeting. That's it.
Okay.
It's excellent, thank you.
Yeah. It's good.
Okay, it being 7 o'clock, I feel like we're
Right on time?
on a good schedule with regards to the MBTA. Thanks to your hard work, Chris, and everyone's input. So now we're gonna open the general meeting of January 24th of the Chelmsford Planning Board. This meeting will be carried on Zoom, and people are able to participate in that manner. However, if the Zoom goes down, we will not be suspending the meeting. Next up, we will take public input, which will need to be limited to statements from the public relating to any issues with the jurisdiction of the planning board that are not currently the subject of a pending public hearing before the board. Public comment on any public hearings shall be heard during those public hearings. And I do want to start by just giving a general disclosure that we have a particularly jammed agenda tonight and a lot of important things. I know there's a lot of people who are here who want to see what's said and have an opportunity to be heard, and we're going to work to stay on a pretty tight, efficient, and concise agenda. So I'll ask people not to stand up and reiterate things that others have said, and I'm going to ask that everyone limit their input to no more than 3 minutes, and we're going to limit certain topics. Some of the meeting topics, we're just going to address traffic, so we'll keep it tight to the topics at hand. And I ask for everyone's participation and cooperation in that manner. So if there's anyone who would like to speak in the public input session.
I guess I'm the closest. My name is Dick Sheehan. I live at 39 Maple Road. I've lived there for 55 years, and so the neighborhood is,
Tonight for it?
I'm sorry, what?
Are we doing the open meeting for Maple Road tonight, that he can speak during then?
am I speaking about the Maxwell property?
Is that what you want to speak on?
Yes,
Yeah, that's going to be,
Later, we're gonna open it up.
Oh,
for-
later.
Later.
okay,
This is public input about topics that are not having a public hearing.
okay.
No one on Zoom either.
Okay. There being no one, then we will go next to Jackson Road, which is an administrative review only.
so I'm going to recuse myself, being in a butter. So I'm leaving this meeting.
Now, I have a question about that. As an abutter, Paul Haverty, is it not proper if Mike had something that he wanted to say, that he could speak as a member of the public, but not as a member of the planning board?
Correct. He should remove himself from up here. If he wants to speak, he goes to the podium, identifies himself
Okay,
based on his address.
Thank you.
But it's being a public, not public hearing, though.
True.
This is
That's
not
true.
a public hearing.
Right.
No, it's just
It's
an administrative review.
Still fine.
Oh, it is, okay.
Right, good point.
Hello.
Hello.
Casey Ferrer with Howard Stein Hudson, representing the property developer North Star Realty, accompanied by attorney Kathy Farrell as well. I think this is just a follow-up to our previous, I believe, early December meeting where we had lots 4 and 9 released. Current request is to close out the Phase 1 bond, establish the Phase 2 bond, and in keeping with the as the bond was set up, to release lots 6, 7, and 8, and withhold lot 5 as the current DPW request. Just as a little update on the site, we told you in early December that everything was very close. We were actually prepared to be here at the first meeting of January, but unfortunately we could not close one of the lots ahead of time, which kind of impacted the bond that we had set aside. So now that that lot has closed, the bond is established, we are prepared to move forward, establish that Phase 2 bond, and I can answer any site questions that you might have or any other questions. Oh, actually, one thing I did want to mention, the last meeting, one kind of, I want to say, condition that was established by the board prior to any further releases was the one fence along the side to be contracted to be built. It is fully built at this time, in greater extent than what the Mylars, the endorsed Mylar showed. So I just wanted to let you know that is complete, that is done, so we are prepared to move forward.
Does anyone have any comments or questions?
Are there any, my understanding there, you guys gonna be paving over, like, Burton Lane, where there was connection to the sewer?
So, yes, in the spring, DPW won't allow us to do anything right now. It's out of season for paving. In the spring, we're gonna redo a berm and we're gonna clean up the cut that was there. We're not gonna repave over the entire thing, we're just gonna do it to DPW satisfaction to make sure that they are okay with the status of their public road.
Okay.
So per the DPW memo, I can confirm, as well as Member Souza, that a little over 385,000 is in the bond account.
And then that other amount is still in the, is it one bond account for both, so that original bond rolls over and
Correct.
becomes the basis for the subsequent bond?
Correct.
Okay.
And how much is in the other bond?
So there was 200 in Phase 1 bond.
Yep.
That 200 was rolled to put towards the Phase 2 bond. And then the lots that were released a couple of weeks ago, those in combination equal 385 plus some interest. So rather than release the original 200 and give it back to the developer.
And have him give it back to us?
Right.
And it's all one town bank account? It's all deposited in?
Fungible.
And I believe DPW also provided a letter stating that they are satisfied with all Phase 1 items, that they are complete, or they are in agreement that it is all complete. So there's also that.
There was something that got moved into Phase 2. Was there not?
I know, so there's a shed that has to go up as part of Phase 2. That was something that DPW caught kind of later in the game, that the generator for the pump station requires a pump shed per town requirements. So rather than have us hurry to get it done because they caught it late, they said that they'd be fine with us doing that as part of Phase 2.
I see.
Per DPW's itemized bond list that's on the screen, looks like structure adjustments related to drainage and stone bounds. That's
All those stone bounds, I believe, did get installed as part of Phase 1 anyway. We were just
Okay.
concerned with site conditions, whether or not they'd be able to go in, but they did go in.
And there was a couple other things I thought they were still pending, the monuments, or? did
That's
that-
the stone bounds,
Okay, and that's all set.
correct.
I thought I also read something about backfill behind lots 3 and 4.
Yep, so there's a stockpile yard back behind lots 2 and portion of 3. That is just an area that DPW had already established as part of Phase 2. That Phase 2 bond had already included monies to be able to remove that. That's just a laydown yard somewhere that all kinds of stock can go so that it's not out in front of occupied lots. Just kind of an area to
So
keep
kind of
stuff.
backing it out.
Yeah, so it's back hidden behind a few of the lots, just an area where we already have a temporary construction easement. So we can keep all of our stuff back there, Connex boxes with finished materials and stuff like that. Keep it out of the way of the roadway, out of the way of in front of occupied homes, stuff like that. And so there's money as part of Phase 2 as to be able to remove that.
And then there was something about is it the Gillies? There was something about a grading that needed to happen, that there was a disagreement about.
That was not the Gillies, that was the abutter at 246, the front one, I think it's 246. We did complete all of that grading to their satisfaction. We did it the following Saturday after the last meeting, so sometime just before Christmas.
Okay.
We took care of all that. And then installed their fence. It basically goes all the way from a little bit further back behind Lot 12 than we had originally proposed, but instead of only going 100 feet, we built approximately 400 feet going all the way to Groton Road.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's high enough to give much privacy nevertheless, but,
Well, it was originally proposed at 4 feet. We built it 6 feet because I went out there and I was like, 4 feet really not going to do too much. So we built it out at 6 feet.
yeah.
Casey, you mentioned just a few minutes ago, I thought that you said Phase 2 work is complete.
Phase 1. Sorry, if I said Phase 2, I meant Phase 1. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's what really confused me.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So it's a two-part motion. First is to establish the bond in the amount of $385,000, and the second is the Form G release of lots 6, 7, and 8.
Can I just ask a quick question? How is the 385 calculated? Is that DPW that provides
Yep.
those estimates? Okay.
Yep. Which is attached to the agenda.
Madam Chair, just a question to the presenter. I may have missed it, but did you say that all of the curbing work was done? I know that some of the paving you said was seasonal. It could not be done.
No, so the curbing that I mentioned earlier was strictly on Burton Lane. As part of installing the sewer, they broke through the existing berm that was on Burton Lane, so that's going to be done in the spring. All of curbing and final paving and sidewalk has always been part of the Phase 2 bond. So that, the moment that this is established, that we are allowed to move forward to Phase 2, because while Phase 1 is open, DPW has not allowed us to do any Phase 2 work. Once we can close Phase 1 and establish Phase 2, we can move forward with our curbing on our site, but we still can't finish coat until spring rolls around and DPW paving season opens.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
I will move. And that's the first motion there that we,
That we release
where they
the bond
release the
for
bond
Phase 1
for
and,
Phase 1.
Establish the Phase 2 bond
Establish
of
the Phase
385.
okay. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Paul? Aye.
Aye.
Paul has
Aye.
indicated aye. Okay.
Aye.
Unanimous. And the second motion?
To release, so I'll make a motion to release lots 6,
6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, and 8.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, you wanna come back?
Okay. Yeah, do you, I
Thank you
have
very much.
copies in
Aye.
here. Do you need these copies signed as well? Nope. Okay. Thanks.
Twenty-four. Okay,
I'm back.
Mike's back. Next up, we have continued public hearing. The first one is regarding our ongoing site plan and special permit rules and regulations, policies and procedures for the purpose of updating. I don't think we have anything new on that, do we? Great. Next up is an update from the Joint Working Group Subcommittee with the Conservation Commission and other town stakeholders regarding the 270 Billerica Road, DH Holdings Company, Planning Board consideration of modifying or rescinding a minor mod dated June 14th, 2023. I'm, if it's okay with everyone, gonna waive the rest of the reading since we've
Yeah,
been over
done it a few times.
quite a few times.
So that's just a continuation. It's in your packet that there are 270s requesting.
Oh, but we're not gonna have an update?
I can
On
give
the
you I can
subcommittee?
give you a quick update. All of the letters, particular letter from Ruth Luna, and questions from the working group have been forwarded to the Beta LSP for review and comment. That letter will be received by the end of day on Monday of up next week. From there, I believe the plan is to send the LSP responses back out to the working group, simultaneously to the developer LSP, ask the developer's LSP to provide written comment, and then that written comment will be provided back to the working group. And then from there, my understanding is that the working group will likely reconvene and discuss next steps. So this timeline is likely extending out to April at best for working group to continue its work, assuming that there's resolution, then bringing it back to the both full boards, so both full boards can be fully brought up to speed. At that point, maybe there's consideration for closing hearings, drafting decisions,
Yeah,
so it's still some time involved.
yeah.
Perfect.
If I could, as I recall, when we set up that working group, there were some time limits on it?
We didn't
is that
put
still
time
true?
limits.
That was only initially. with
Okay,
the-
so I just want to make sure that we're not going to run over a time limit that we had set. Yeah,
I
we
thought
are
that
at this
the
point pretty dependent
conservation-
on the information coming in from the LSPs.
I thought conservation still had a time limit.
No, they kind of lifted it.
They lifted
They
it.
did, okay, good.
They did, so lifted it.
Okay, doke. Next up, we
So just,
have,
you need to do a motion to continue, February 14th.
I make a motion to continue to February 14th.
I'll second that.
all in favor? And Paul's an aye. Wave at us, Paul.
Paul, nod. Thank you.
There we go.
There we go.
That is the
Okay,
definition
I
of late.
wasn't really sure what finger that was, but, all right. Next up, we have 10 Hildreth Street, requesting a 6-lot definitive subdivision, approval and applicable waivers under subdivision control law and the rules and regulations governing the subdivision of land in the town of Chelmsford and a special permit per section 14 Aquifer Protection District.
Just one moment. A lot of people in that room looking, coming here? Okay, I think there was a group who was here for Maple. Are you guys able to, so we can accommodate? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going
You
to,
can go in the overflow room. There's also a.
Are we concentrating on the traffic?
traffic, yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Yeah. We've been getting a lot of emails.
That should be enough.
Maxwell's, Martel, moving to Maxwell's.
Are you staying for that?
Then we'll switch you guys back, then we'll get Maple back in here.
No, see if there's a crowd.
Let's see if there's room.
I think we have enough room. Why don't we can see if we need more room, but.
If we need more room, then we'll switch you guys out.
And you don't want to
you-
give up that seat
It looks
anyway.
good, you're good. You're good, it looks good.
So I am just going to stipulate that we are in receipt of the traffic report, and this is a presentation, well, we had a presentation at the last meeting on the traffic report, and this discussion for this evening will be limited to our questions regarding the traffic report and our input regarding our questions for our peer reviewer and our authorization of them to initiate the traffic report for us. So, that said, if everyone would limit their commentary to traffic, that would be great.
Thank you. So for the record, Brian Goodrow with Hancock Associates, along with Scott Thornton, our transportation engineer. So we don't have anything to present this evening, but we are available for the Q&A.
Okay, so why don't we take it around to ourselves first regarding questions for the applicant regarding the traffic. You want to start, Chris?
Sure. Just a quick question for Evan. Do we have a peer reviewer online yet? Or?
No.
Okay, so we haven't engaged with one, we're
I
just,
have not engaged. I would likely engage with Beta,
okay.
unless the board has some, specific recommendations. Okay.
Well, I'd
But I
say
have
they
not,
done
have not
what we've
initiated
been
any
doing.
engagement.
Okay. So, I don't have a lot of questions. I have a lot of comments and things that I would want the peer reviewer to
That's fine.
to look at, but I don't really have any questions for the applicant.
Do you want to talk about what you want the peer reviewer to look at?
Sure. So I think one of the things that we want to make sure of is that we're focused on the safety and not necessarily on traffic volume, although the volume does impact safety to some extent. But I felt like the peer review needs to be really focused on the safety component as opposed to just the volume. I think that the seasonal changes, the seasonal adjustments, I couldn't tell in the study if the seasonal changes were applied to the current, they were applied to the current conditions, but I couldn't tell if they were also applied to the proposed conditions with the project. So I think that would be an area that I would want the peer reviewer to look at. I think the temperature, seasonal temps might need to be looked at, because in the study, the AM temperatures were in the 20s and the PM temperatures were in the 40s. And if you look at the pedestrian volumes, there was 0 in the morning and 13 in the afternoon, which I would expect on a 20-degree morning. So I think that I would like the peer reviewer to take a look at those stats as well, and the temperature fluctuation during that day. Again, there were no bike numbers for some of the streets. So again, on a December morning in the 20s, I wouldn't expect many bikes. And on the summary slides, I don't know if the peer reviewer is going to get the presentation slides as well. But the slide showed that the temperatures the day of the study were in the 40s, which is somewhat inaccurate because the morning temperatures were 20. So I wanted them to take a look at some of the slides as well. Let's see. On page 20, tables 5 and 6 show a 24% increase in traffic with this project in the winter. My question for the peer reviewer is, what is that impact on the safety of the neighborhood? And also, since that was in the winter, what do we expect the volume to be in the spring, summer, and fall? Again, on one of the slides, the conclusion was that there was a minimal increase external to the study area, but there was no conclusion as to what the increase was internal to the study area. And then some of the things that we talked about last meeting was really about, is there a threshold for safety? Can the peer reviewer determine if the current conditions, if there's a safety threshold for the current, and then where does it bring it after? I also wanted to mention to the peer reviewer about the methods that were used for the numbers, because I know that traditionally the ITE codes and volumes are used, but I did want the peer reviewer to note that we did get an agreement with the applicant about them using current numbers in the neighborhood. And in that initial meeting we had the agreement, my recommendation was to apply the increase in units percentage, the percent increase in the units, to the percent increase in the traffic and pedestrians and things like that. Because while they use the real life numbers for the current conditions, I believe there was some indication that the ITE numbers were used for the additional traffic coming in after the units were built. So I just wanted the peer reviewer to just to confirm that the methodology that we had agreed to before the traffic study was followed. And I think that's it. And Evan, you did mention that all of the resident letters were going to be forwarded.
Yeah,
right?
they can be forwarded. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I would want all of them forwarded because some of the residents brought up some really good points and really good data in some of those. That's all I've got.
Mike?
No, I think you've covered it pretty well. Thank you.
The only question I had that, to add to Chris's was, I don't know if I saw it, or I might have missed it, does the reviewer review the proper width of a roadway of an existing condition compared to a volume? I don't know if we've asked that formally, or is that a traffic?
I think that's kind of wrapped into the safety audit, safety focus.
Because it'd be nice to know, I mean, when we're doing the studies, they're all based off of proper width of roadways. This is not a proper width.
Right, so-
This doesn't meet the criteria of a proper road, so that's
You
the
wanna-
only question.
You want to speak to any of that?
That's, now's probably as good a time as any.
So
Did I touch a third wheel?
No.
So Paul's here, if you recall, at the last meeting, there was some discussion about the status of Hildreth.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's legally important. Paul's here to update you on that. And then if you recall, we talked previously about the subdivision control jurisdiction related to traffic. And Paul may have some comments on that as well,
Yes.
based on what he's hearing.
So the question I was asked to look into was the status of Hildreth Street and whether or not it's a public way through its entire length, or whether there's portions of it that are private. And from conversations with the engineering department, it looks like that there's a portion of Hildreth Street from Billrica Road to Plum Street that is in fact a private way. I'm not sure that this is necessarily legally significant after reviewing some of the case law. In particular, I reviewed the case of Northlanders Corporation versus Planning Board of Falmouth, which is a 1981 decision from the Supreme Judicial Court, in which they determined that even if there was a public way that was deemed by a planning board to not be sufficient to provide adequate access, that could be a basis for an imposition of a condition or potentially for a denial of a subdivision approval. That is, actually, I wish I could give an unequivocal answer to whether or not that would be applicable here. The Northlanders case, there was a definitive subdivision rule and regulation by the Falmouth Planning Board that addressed adequacy of ways outside of a proposed subdivision, and specifically addressed what needs to be done in order to make them adequate to provide access to a subdivision. I've reviewed Chelmsford's planning board rules and regulations. I don't think it's quite as explicit. However, I do think that you can find some provisions in here that would lend itself towards the planning board requiring some sort of review and potentially condition regarding the off-site access. So with regards to section 202-6, A&R plans not requiring approval, there's a provision in there that talks about ways that would be exempt from being determined to be a subdivision, and that includes a way in existence on March 8, 1937, having, in the opinion of the planning board, sufficient width, suitable grades, and adequate construction to provide for the needs of vehicular traffic in relation to the proposed use of the land abutting thereon or served thereby, and for the installation of municipal services to serve such land in the buildings erected or to be erected thereon. So that is specifically applicable to the determination as to whether or not a proposed subdivision or A&R plan constitutes a subdivision. But it deals with private ways that were in existence prior to 1937. So you could look to this, and there's actually, the subsection E of this provision provides some very helpful context as to what could potentially constitute sufficient width and grade. Subsection 1 is the right-of-way at least 30 feet wide and of reasonable horizontal alignment. Subsection 2, does the existing horizontal and vertical alignment of the roadway provide safe visibility? Subsection 3, is the roadway constructed at least 18 feet wide with at least 8 inches of gravel and with adequate provisions for drainage? Subsection 4, if the road could have a service more than 6 dwelling units, is it bituminous surfaced or have provisions been made for such surfacing without cost to the town? And subsection 5, have provisions been made for public utilities without cost to the town? So these are things that I think that you could ask the peer review consultant to review, the portion of Hildreth to make sure that, in particular, if it's private, but even if it's public, does it comply with at least these minimum requirements? I will also note that first of all, there are multiple locations when we're talking about the submittal of definitive plans, that it does require the location, names, and present widths of streets bounding, approaching, or within reasonable proximity of the subdivision, and designation as to whether they are public or private. So that would seem to be a relevant factor. But then finally, in section 202-10, action by planning board, it states that after a public hearing by the board in due course will approve, modify, or approve or disapprove the definitive subdivision plan submitted. Criteria for action by the board shall be the following. And then subsection 2, determination that development at this location does not entail unwarranted hazard to safety, health, and convenience of future residents of the development or of others because of possible natural disasters, traffic hazard, or other environmental degradation. So I think, at minimum, the board should have its peer review consultant review these issues, make the determination as to whether or not the entire course of Hildreth Street is sufficient to handle the traffic that is proposed to be served by this subdivision. If we get to the end of this process and it becomes a contention point, we can look at a little closer to see whether or not there would be any problems with imposing either conditions or denying a subdivision if they're not willing to make necessary improvements.
Where did you read that from? That was case law, you said?
So some of it was case law, the Northlanders Corporation versus Planning Board of Falmouth, but also I was just reading from the Planning Board subdivision rules and regulations.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the thing is, and, you know, this was discussed at the last meeting in the presentation that I made. There is the Castle Estate standard that subdivision rules and regulations have to be reasonably definitive to let an applicant know what exactly is going to be required of them. On the flip side, General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 81M makes adequate access to a subdivision a standard that a planning board is required to review as part of its process. So it's an open question as to whether that alone is sufficient to either deny or condition a subdivision approval. And again, I think we should continue, looking at that question. But at this point in time, it's certainly wise, I think, to at least refer this to your peer review consultants for them to review and give an opinion as to whether or not adequate access is provided here.
So do we have a well enough defined list that we can, based on what you've extracted from the subdivision law, to just send over to the peer
Yeah,
reviewer?
I've taken notes. I got the sections.
Perfect.
I'll include that in the request for review,
Right.
along with what we've heard so far from board members. Thank you.
And I would just ask, thanks, Paul, for that clarification. I would just ask any of the board members to go by the next day or two and see all the snow on Hildreth Street. I mean, I was on Billbrooker Road sitting in traffic this morning. I looked down, and only a single car could get through. There was a car parked in the driveway horizontal, but you couldn't get through. And I just sat, while I was sitting there in traffic, I was looking down the road, and I'm like, wow, this is interesting. So it's a good case study right now to look at the actual conditions.
Snow's all gonna be gone by tomorrow.
So that's right, so
Yeah.
it's probably gonna be gone by tomorrow.
50
but-
days.
And we're gonna send these letters at because I'd like them to take multiple touch points, because, we go from 14.9 inches to 19.11 inches in the street. So I think it's good that they take it in front of all the houses, as they did here, to make sure not just 1, 2, 3. I live on a street that is 17 inches wide.
Feet.
17 feet, thank you, not inches, feet, thank you.
Like that,
So
yeah.
I understand, but my street only has 3 houses on it. So I understand what this neighborhood is talking about, because if my neighbor is coming down the street, I wait for them to come in before I can go out. 2 cars can't go down my street, let alone if there's an ambulance and a car. So if someone's parked on the street, that ambulance can't get down the street. There's no way. They can't get down 17 feet, let alone 15. So I want to understand, like, there's a way we can ask the peer review to look at the number of cars in this development, how many cars we parked in the driveways, how many cars can be parked in the driveway, and how many visitors can they
Trips.
have? Well, no, how many visitors can they have? Is there enough room for these cars to park in that development? Or will someone having, a Christmas party have excess cars end up being parked on the street? Because that's what happens in my neighborhood, and there's only 3 of us, right? So if someone's having a party, they park on the street, and you have to be kind of strategic. Otherwise, cars can't go up and down. So I don't know how we can ask that, but that's my concern, is not necessarily the trips, because people are moving, that's great, but all you need is one car parked, and a fire truck can't come down, and an ambulance can't come down. And so that's what I want to understand, if there's enough for excess, enough for 2 cars, at least in each town, to be parked in their driveway. And then how much extra room for, whether it's one visitor of the development, can they have 1, or can they have 5, visitors that can park within the development and not on Hildreth? And make it safe. Because that's reality. I live it.
So I also share the concerns on regarding width. There was a statement in a traffic study that we received that said, and I can't quote it verbatim, but it said something along the lines that Hildreth Street was found to be adequate for 2 vehicles to pass. Although I am not a registered engineer, just using a common sense approach, when I look down that street, my own visits, I just question that. So I would definitely like the consultant to address that. My other concern is one of the traffic mitigation strategies that was provided in that report said that you would erect signs that would say "share the road," and I would just like the peer reviewer to comment on their effectiveness of that.
Yeah.
Paul? Do you have any comment?
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
I do. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Good. Okay. It sounded to me that even if it was a single family house, that they were recommending one way already. Did I understand correctly?
I'm not sure.
Who's gonna answer?
Second way.
So, Scott Thornton with Vanessa and Associates, we had just identified some options that could be pursued.
Okay.
It seemed to be that the board and the abutters were concerned about existing traffic conditions in the neighborhood. We tried to provide some potential ways to mitigate the existing conditions. So those were just potential options. I don't know if that answers your question.
So adding 12 units would be 12 units would be pretty much detrimental to the neighborhood at that point. If you're saying it needs a one-way now.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we were looking at options for ways to mitigate or address the issues that were raised through a butter comment and through the board's concerns. We didn't see that. We didn't see evidence of speeding. We didn't see any issues with sight distance. We didn't see a lot of pedestrians, a lot of bicyclists. I understand there's a lot of, there's some comments made because of the time of year that the counts were being done, but, the data is what it is. So, these were just options that were being put forth.
Anything else, Paul?
He's muted, so I think he's okay.
He's
Oh,
good.
Paul, you done talking? Yeah.
Okay, he waved.
Joel?
Yeah, so I guess I want to understand better.
There's a big delay. It's very hard
Yeah.
for me to follow.
So what I understand you to be saying is that your conclusion is that based on the data that you obtained, that adding the 12 units is that, well, first of all, that the current conditions are safe, and that if you add the 12 units, they will still be safe. Is that a correct understanding of what you're?
Yeah, I mean, there's no crash history in the area, except at the intersections with Billerica Road. There's evidence of sight distance, or adequate sight distance. There's not a lot of traffic volume in the area. So we think that in a lot of residential street design now talks about sharing of roadway space and the adequacy of maintaining channels of traffic flow, or maintain channels of user flow, so that a vehicle, moving lanes of traffic and parked vehicles can be accommodated in the same space. We saw that there. We saw that on the streets. We didn't see a lot of parked cars on the street. The driveways seem to be, a lot of the driveways there are 2-4 cars, so not a lot of need for people to park on the streets. I understand the concern about parties, and those things happen, just like snow happens. But I think it's these are just instances where there's temporary inconveniences or temporary conditions that people just deal with.
So, well, I remember early on, the reason, when I had asked you about doing a road safety audit, and you had said that, well, there probably wasn't going to be a lot of crash data because it was a small street.
Right.
And so I think that wouldn't be a reason to claim that there isn't the potential for a safety risk, because I think we already agreed in the beginning that crash data wasn't going to be conclusive either way on that. I think the question with regards to volume, I mean, we know that the volume will increase. I mean, I would say that it's going to be a significant amount of increase based on what's there. But it doesn't seem, though, that we have, from what you've done, still a way to understand what the increase might be in the rate of a possible accident or something like that. Particularly, I'm thinking particularly between a vehicle and a pedestrian or a cyclist or something like that. And that's why I think that Chris's question about, well, is there a threshold, makes sense, because my background, I've done work in computation of reliability, and that includes establishing a hazard rate. And so anytime that you say you're going to double the rate of something, you automatically start to think, am I anywhere near some kind of a threshold? If I'm far away from a threshold, doubling it may not matter at all. If I'm already close to that threshold, doubling it could put me over that threshold. And that sort of way of assessing it doesn't seem to be in the report. And so I guess that would be my question for the peer review is there a way that can be done? Because when I looked at your conclusions, those were all things that I would say, well, those may well be true, but those still wouldn't answer the question for me is, does this increase the likelihood, because I'm increasing the number of possibility of events that could occur between a person and a car, that's not still going to result in some sort of likelihood of that happening exceeding some sort of threshold that we wouldn't accept, I don't even know if there is a threshold that exists. I would think you would think of one, but I guess my point is that from what you've concluded from your study, I don't necessarily see how that provides us the foundation for establishing that, in fact, or determining what impact that has on the potential or the possibility of there being some sort of accident. And that, and I guess that goes to my question originally, when we were talking about this concern, because I think a number of us have our gut feel that this is in fact going to contribute to an increased likelihood, and that increased likelihood is going to exceed some sort of level of what we would find acceptable. And that the advice that we had was, well, we should be getting expert review on that. But if the expert review, and I'm not questioning your expertise in the field, what I'm saying is I think this is an area where the field doesn't really adequately address the question that we're trying to answer. And I feel like in that sense, the expertise of it, it's diminished, because we have general claims and general understandings about traffic kinds of things, but we don't know specifically in this case what is the impact going to be, because we don't have a means of determining it, at least from this report. And so that would be, I guess that would be the foundation of my question to the peer review, is can we even establish this? And so if there's anything in which I've said that you think is incorrect, feel free to correct me. But when I look at each of your points, those are all traffic things that I'm used to seeing, and I understand them. But they don't answer for me the question of, when I double the number of traffic events potentially on the street, am I or am I not increasing the possibility of there being an accident beyond some threshold that I'm willing to accept? For example, like one accident every 10 years. Does it exceed that possibility? Does it exceed that probability? I don't know. And so that's the thing I'd want to know. And I don't know to what degree that we have the sort of, whether we're in a position where we have to prove that it is something that exceeds some acceptable threshold, or whether we can, of our own judgment, say we think it is, and that has to be rebutted by some expert review. So that would be one question I would have for you is this, can we answer the question for you?
Yeah.
Can we have a presumption that they would need to rebut, or do we need to essentially prove the claim that we think that there is a potential hazard there?
So if you issue a decision that, either imposes conditions that require some sort of upgrade to the road to meet a specific standard, or if you deny approval based upon inadequacy of the roadway, initially, the burden of proof is going to be on the party that's appealing.
Just to follow up with some of that.
Joel makes a great point here, because these standards are done based off of standard size roads, right? Like this is all, these numbers are applied, accidents are applied, right, to standard size roads that not to a 14.9-inch road, right? And that's.
Well, they're looking at existing accident history on this roadway, so it is applicable to this particular road. But in terms of extrapolating it out over other areas, I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that this is a classic rare event kind of situation, where you don't apply typically you apply means and averages to what you do. That's a lot of what the traffic stuff is. It's a lot of means and averages. But these are things where they're very unlikely events. And it's really more of an actuarial kind of thing, where you're getting into what is you're establishing what I think the likelihood of something like this is going to be. And I'm talking about something that rarely ever happens. And it rarely ever happens because we don't want it to happen, right? But if you introduce situations that now cause it to be more likely, you don't want that, as a. Let me put it this way: sitting on this board, I would not want for there to say approve the subdivision as it is, that an accident occurs, and then someone says you had the opportunity to restrict it. Why didn't you? And then we would say, well, we just didn't feel like we had the wherewithal to do it. I would rather have the wherewithal to do it. And if I have to lose somewhere in order to do it, at least I can say, well, I did everything I could. And I feel like in some degrees, my gut feel is that is the kind of situation we have here. I think that doubling the traffic on this road that is used is going to cause the potential, at its current size,
increase a rate to an unacceptable degree that we don't know what that is yet. And that if it is reduced, then that would decrease that likelihood, which would make it more acceptable. Obviously, we're willing that there be a single-family house there, so we know the answer is somewhere between 1 and 12. But frankly, I think 12 is going to be too much. And I think the issue is the question of, is this going to create a possibility of something at a level that we don't want to accept?
Yeah.
So,
And let me add, at the core of what you say is what is the standard. You're right. I mean, without a standard, it's very difficult to make these judgments. I would be curious to know, and something that I think we could put to to all of the traffic people that are studying this, are there any standards of this? I mean, how common are accidents of the sorts that we've discussed on your typical quiet, small, suburban street? Assuming everything is normal and average, and then we look at the situation that we've got, say, does the narrowness increase that? Do other factors increase the risk?
Yeah.
There may be some standards there that would help us.
may I say something?
Please.
So based upon what you've heard, particularly articulated tonight, do you feel as though you want to submit more information, data, before it goes to peer review? And I'll give you an example. Town council mentioned that the definitive subdivision submission requirements require width of streets bounding and within reasonable proximity. So it's not really clear to me if the applicant has provided widths of streets. We know the neighborhood has, but if per council's input, one of the items that the peer review is going to be looking at is adequacy of access of existing Hildreth. And width is going to be one of the primary items. So I guess my first question is, based on what you've heard, do you want to submit additional data or rationale, industry standards, so that our peer review consultant can review what you're submitting?
So our traffic study has widths of Hildreth Street on it,
Okay,
and it has widths throughout the neighborhood as well.
okay. Do you want to add any other additional information?
No, the only thing, I mean, Mr. Lewin makes a great point that, this is, you said actuarial science. I was thinking more of a statistics exercise. But I'm going to continue to look into this. I don't believe that this specific situation is going to fit any data set. You're right. It's a very one-off type of situation where you have, at least in this country, maybe in the UK or in Europe where they're used to having 10-foot wide lanes. Maybe there's science there, but where the volume is so low on the roadway, and there's no crash history that we could find. We went back 5 or 6 years. I mean, we can see if there's other data that's out there, but I don't think that. And I'd be interested to hear what your consultant says as well. But I don't think there's data that is going to fit the situation.
This actually is sort of getting to the point that I was trying to make, which was,
Faster at the beginning, though.
if you actually don't have an expertise that can be applied to it in terms of just because of the lack of data, then where does that leave us in terms of, and I'm looking at you, Paul. Where does that leave us in terms of essentially our need for expert opinion? That, in other words, that we can't just go by our opinion, we have to rely on some expert opinion. But if this is such a niche thing, if there just isn't an expertise there, then where does that leave us?
Leaves you in a precarious position, certainly. I mean, you have to make a decision at the end of this process, and the more data you have, the better of a decision you can make. Again, I would point you back to your regulations, which do provide minimum standards for a suitable width and grade of a roadway that existed prior to 1937. I think that those are a good guideline as to what the minimum acceptable standard should be.
And the final item is in the approval criteria, and Paul went over this, it's unwarranted hazard to safety. So that's the threshold, undefined, unwarranted. But I think to Paul's point is when it comes time to make a decision, you need to determine whether it's warranted or unwarranted.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the industry standard? Is it one pedestrian car accident per 10 years, or is it something else?
Yeah, and for the record, I mean, we found where that unwarranted traffic hazard language comes from. Some study from the 70s that I believe was done for the Drum Hill area. But that's the only mention that we could find of traffic hazard, unwarranted traffic hazard, warranted traffic hazard. We couldn't find any definition of what that is. So that's, I mean, it's great to, you know, that if that's the standard, that's, I mean, you know, it's kind of, I don't know how clear cut it is.
I think you were including that question to our peer reviewer, right?
Yes.
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay. I think that we haven't gotten any public input yet, and we are actually at the time that we had allotted for this item. So I think that I'm going to ask that we move forward with some time for
Public input.
public hearing.
I would.
So if there's anyone from the public who would like to speak to this, I'm going to ask again that everyone keep their comments to traffic and to less than 5 minutes, and try not to repeat each other.
My name is Patrick Marassi. I live at 15 Plum Street. Thank you for agreeing to pass forward our letters to the peer reviewer. That'll be very helpful. Just talk about a couple things real quick. I heard Mr. Thornton here just say that there weren't not any concerns about sight lines, although in the report body it mentioned 2, and in the tables there were 4. I think that's really important, especially since the worst one was taking a left from Plum Street to Hildreth Street. Now, with that, the SSD minimum sight line is 335 feet. The actual sight line is 99 feet, or about 30%. Now, if you take a left from Plum onto Hildreth, that is exactly where this project is proposed to be. There was also, it was unclear if there were sightline issues taking a left out of the driveway of the proposed project, which would be leading directly to the intersection that I just talked about. So now we'd have 2 poor sight lines heading right into each other in close proximity. So I'm not really sure what that was about. I had some concerns about the way that the study was written. I guess I thought it was an analysis, but it was written more like a persuasive essay. There were things like minor increase when actually the amount was 70%. I think it would be helpful to include those numbers. You can get the numbers right from the data that was provided. And those were also estimated to be conservative numbers, because these will be attached homes, which apparently typically have less traffic in cars than detached. Although I believe that's because attached homes are usually about 50% larger. Now, detached are usually about 50% larger, and that's highly unlikely to be the case in this project unless the units you're putting in will be less than 1,000 square feet. The ones we've been seeing lately are closer to 3,000 square feet. So just using these words like minor and conservative are a little tricky. Another one is this is pretty important. We talked before about collecting the data in the winter, and if it's going to be collected in the winter, we can't really complain about it. It is what it is, and I agree with that in a way. So when we see 0 bicycle riders, I don't think that we should just be multiplying that by a factor of 1.6 and assuming there'll still be 0 bicycle riders when the weather is good. That doesn't make sense. That's not using critical thinking, right? It might be the standard, but it doesn't work for this case. Anytime you have 0, you really shouldn't be multiplying it by any factor to figure out the circumstances in another situation. So I think that when we look at something like Plum Street, which has 10 houses and 13 young children, we know there are going to be bikes riding there when the weather is better. So please take that into account. And everything else is in my letter, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judy Gothier. I live at 22 Hildreth Street, which happens to be the dead end part of Hildreth Street that doesn't seem to be yet in this conversation at all. But I want to make something clear that was brought up at the last meeting about the mailboxes at the corner of Hildreth and Plum. They're there because the post office won't let us put them in front of our house because we don't have a cul-de-sac, and they can't turn around in driveways. So that's why our mailboxes are there. And as one of your esteemed people said, driving by our street this morning, I came up the street this morning. Thank God somebody blocked the traffic because they wanted to go into the school. Otherwise, I'd probably still be sitting there trying to make the right-hand turn. I had to sit through 3 cycles of the lights to get onto Golden Cove Road because the traffic coming up Billerica Road blocked the whole intersection. Now, it's a small amount of snow this morning, and when they plow into our street, that corner shrinks even more than what it was this morning. You don't know what it's like to have to back out of Hildreth Street onto Billerica Road to let somebody come out. And it has happened more than once. And that doesn't show up on this traffic study either. But I just wanted to give you my viewpoint on that.
Thank you.
Paul and Christine Wood, 16 Hill Street. I'm sorry, I have laryngitis. I'm not sick. I've been having a voice for 3 days, but my wife's going to just pass out a couple things. I know you received this. Received this by my email, so I didn't know they were going to provide that to the board. But mainly, I want to see. There's some pictures I provided. I just want you guys to be able to look at that. Like I said, when I took all those measurements, that was between that snowstorm and this most recent one, was on the asphalt. And that pinch point we talked about, I won't go read this whole document of all the widths I did, was 13 feet 9 inches, and I'll go out there right now with a tape measure and show you 13 feet 9 inches where that tree is of asphalt. That doesn't include the curving, and it doesn't include bumping up to the tree, because that's not the asphalt road. You know, one of the things was, oh, we'll just remove that tree, and now you can make the road 15 or 16 feet wide. Well, to remove that tree, you're going to have to excavate the road, pull back the bank. You're going to have to re-engineer that whole area. And like I said, I know they talked about re-engineering the road. Those newest houses of 1 and 4 Hildreth Street, their driveways would be, they couldn't have their driveways, they're so steep. You can't make that road any wider. It's physically impossible that I can see, you know. But like I said, I have a real issue for as I think the physical characteristics of the road really downplayed. I'm getting, you know, you're entering the road at 15 feet 9 inches, and around 1 and 3 at like 15.1. The widest point I got was 19.11. Everybody likes to round up. We'll give them 20, but that's for about a section about as big as your desk, and then it just keeps narrowing down again. The road goes like this. It just fluctuates. That's not safe. It's just constantly fluctuating. And as you come down to Plum Street and want to take a right, like I said, there's no crash data because the road is the way it is. We have to go slow because I pull on the Hildreth Street, I duck in. If you look at the erosion on that one area, that's where you first duck in, right after you get on the Hildreth Street. Well, it's clear. Duck around the tree, duck in again. That's why there's no crashes, because we're going slow. You had 12, 24 more cars, there's going to be a traffic jam on that road. So I just have a real issue with that far as, and then I included that federal highway standard of the road of 12 to 10 to 12 feet.
Per lane.
And I included that if you didn't look at the website. We don't have shoulders, we don't have bike lanes. If one child gets hurt, that's too many for me. I don't care what their data says, what the data says, one's too many. They don't include, he doesn't talk, there's zero traffic, there's also zero, excuse me, lights on Hilda Street. Dark. He didn't talk about darkness. And like I said, the demographics of the road exist now. We said there's 6 residents retired. 3 of us are on the verge of being empty nesters. 4 families have families, small children. They're going to be going to center school soon. 1 resident works nights, and the 10 Hildreth is still unoccupied. It's been abandoned for a while. That's one reason it works. I know when I come down the street, I know, that's Linda coming up the street. She's going to turn in that driveway like you mentioned. I knew everybody on the street. And that's another reason it works. Along with these pictures of my driveway and Linda's driveway, every driveway on Hill Street is oversized because we can't park on the street. And when we do have a party, I invite everybody to all my kids' graduation parties so I can park in all their driveways. And it doesn't matter that we have the street shut down, And like I said, the traffic study was done one day, 8 to 10 hours. It's just not a realistic picture of the situation, I believe. Like I said, I think Pat mentioned all the people on Plum Street. That's where the majority of the kids are. We're at the lowest point right now, probably of traffic. 15 years ago, it worked. It's still then because 3 of those residents didn't exist. There's only 12 houses. There's 20-something kids. But again, we all knew each other, and we knew when to duck and pivot. And there was a lot more traffic then, But and they talk about these duplexes not affecting. But I wrote, like I said, if they know what they're building on Bernard Circle, they're 3 levels with bump outs, 3+ with multiple baths, square footages of thousands of feet, $750,000. They're going to require multiple incomes. You're talking 12 people working to 24. They're not a vacuum there. They're going to have people coming to visit, family, friends, UPS, FedEx, all those other things. How many more trucks are going to come in there because of that? I don't see that really addressed far as they're just acting like nobody goes to the doctors, nobody goes to the grocery store. Those are just some of my concerns, which I included in the letter. Like I said, my house is one of the bigger houses on the street. I have a colonial, 4 bedrooms, but a couple thousand square feet. At the height, when all 3 of my daughters, we had 5 cars. Well, these houses are going to rival my size of my house. If you look at that picture of my driveway, 16 Hilda Street, I could fit 10 cars in my driveway. I did that on purpose because of that. Those people aren't going to be able to expand any of those driveways on that cul-de-sac when they build it because of the septic and everything else. So if it ever was approved, I want that road 30 feet wide like the standard is for them, So they can't dump out. Nobody parks on Hill Street because of that. We all know we can't. Like I said, the crash data, it's no crashes because we don't let crashes happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine Wood, 16 Hudler Street. Just to reiterate what my neighbor Judy had said about this morning. Incidentally, I happened to be trying to turn to go to work, and I actually timed it. I was 3 cars back on Hildreth Street. I have pictures, but I didn't print them. I wasn't prepared to say it or show you tonight, but I do have pictures. It took me 4 minutes to get up and turn left because the cars were they couldn't pull into the school. They were so backed up on 129. My road was backed up. I mean, everybody was kind of like doing juxtapositions, trying to let everybody else out and everything. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and I think that was a good point. If you did want to see pictures, I can definitely forward them to you. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, me again, Justin Johnson, 26 Hildreth Street. First thing I want to start with is, this kind of just rubbed me the wrong way a little bit, is when they were talking about the traffic report, is that things like snow and stuff like that are temporary inconveniences
for the residents in our neighborhood. I find that really inconsiderate to the residents of that neighborhood, of our neighborhood, excuse me. It is not a temporary inconvenience. It is a permanent inconvenience until we choose to not live there or move on. It is something we deal with every single day. To suggest otherwise is just flat out wrong. Also, a temporary inconvenience when there might be an emergency going on, like needing to get a fire truck down to one of our houses or an ambulance. Fire trucks are a lot bigger than cars. You cannot get past them. And if there are cars in the road, the fire trucks are probably going to have to go down Perham Street to Plum Street to then get to Hilder Street or on whatever side those cars might be blocking. That is the truth of it. It's not a temporary inconvenience. You add 24 more cars to something, that is a continued permanent inconvenience to us. I just find that really wrong to bring up as we all currently live here. The other statement that I had problems with was that the data is what the data is. That doesn't make any sense when you take the data at the wrong time. That's like saying, I'm going to go count the stars in the middle of July at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. You're not going to see anything. If work trucks are on the street, we can't get down. If the trash pickup is on the street, we can't get down our street. Either we have to go around Perham or we sit and wait until we can finally get to one of those maneuverable points to get around. There was also mention of documentation leading towards more neighborhoods sharing single file roads. I'd like you guys to see that if possible, because I don't buy that for 1 second. I don't see anybody constructing new neighborhoods that have tiny roads on them so you can get through them. Adding 24 more cars, just thinking about like people if they have parties and stuff like that, great, could care less if you have parties, but I routinely get people behind my house at the end of Hilder Street doing 30-point turns in front of my horses to try and get out of the street because they go down there and they've almost run over my dog. They are trespassing. There is already a sign saying private drive, no entry. Nobody cares. They try to find a way to get around 120 to get around to 129 from the center school area. It's becoming more and more of a problem. We have small kids. There are kids that ride bikes down there. If neighborhoods have parties, there are cars in my yard sometimes. I've also had somebody drunk pass out in my driveway overnight.
Okay.
I don't know what else I can say.
Okay.
This doesn't
Thank
make
you.
any sense. Thank you.
The board want to vote to initiate peer review?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, want to make a motion on that?
I will move that we initiate the peer review.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, then want to continue to
I'll make,
Continue the public hearing to,
do the 12th just for a placeholder?
the 12th?
Want to do February just for a placeholder? I doubt the peer review will be done by then.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can people on Zoom make comments?
oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Sure, Scott, go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Scott Venier. I live at 18 Perham Street. And I just, happy to hear the previous speakers talking about the demographics of the neighborhood. I know three people on.
Oh, we lost him.
We lost you.
I'm back. The host muted me for some reason.
Sorry. Doing Paul.
Thank you.
I was saying I'm happy to hear the previous speakers talk about the demographics of the neighborhood. Three people on Perham Street, my end of Perham Street, or three houses have retired couples in them. Again, these are people who wouldn't be contributing to traffic during that peak hour when the study happened, but the new people moving into the development certainly would, especially with the expense of the duplexes that are being built these days. the other comment I wanted to make is that the traffic studies stated there was no sign of cut-through traffic. And I think that's because they missed a key intersection. They didn't count the intersection of Grove and Summer Street. And that's the natural ingress and outgress point for the cut-through traffic. So because they weren't counting at that intersection, they obviously wouldn't see what the routes that the people are taking through our neighborhood. So I think that should be, if there's a follow-up study or a repeat study over the summer or something like that, I think that should be counted as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Evan, is there anyone else on Zoom?
No one with a hand up.
Okay.
The next meeting date is the 14th, right?
Yep.
All right, shall we take a motion to continue?
Make a motion to continue the Hildreth public hearing till February 14th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can people on Zoom mute, please?
I think that's Paul.
Aye. Aye.
Can you mute him?
Okay, and then can you mute?
I think it's Brianna Tassi. I'm not able to,
Can you mute her?
I'm looking.
Okay,
She muted herself.
Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chair, do you need me for anything else?
I think not. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Paul.
Why don't you give it a few minutes?
All right, next.
Well, McKesson.
Oh yeah, we need to shift audiences.
Next.
Well, next is 93 Brick Kiln, so there probably won't be a large audience for that.
Okay.
Okay,
Give him a minute.
so we'll give them a minute to shuffle out.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, this is, now we're in 93.
Okay, 93 Brick Hill Road, DK 90, DND Homes LLC requesting site plan approval for the construction of a 49,000 square foot industrial warehouse building with integrated surface parking, loading facilities, and on-site infrastructure improvements. The site is located in IA. Zoning is shown as parcel 1D, map 88, block 271, lot 3, and consists of approximately 9.6 acres. Applicant requests a special permit per Article 11, Major Business Complex, Article 14, Aquifer Protection, Article 5, Off-Street Parking and Loading, 195, blah, 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 and site plan review per Section 195-104 and any other permit relief deemed necessary. Again, the primary topic here is expected to be traffic, and
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Christine Hung, attorney at Reamer and Braunstein. With me tonight, I have Brian Goudreau from Hancock Associates, as well as Kim Hazavardian, our traffic consultant from TEP LLC. My understanding tonight was that Beta, the town's peer review, was going to present his report, and we have our traffic consultant ready to answer any questions and to, further discuss the issues. So I'll turn it over to the town's traffic peer reviewer.
Dennis? Yes. Come up, introduce yourself, and I have your report on the screen.
Okay, great. So, can everybody hear me okay here? Thank you, and good evening. Dennis Flynn with Beta. As mentioned, we were retained by the town to perform a traffic peer review associated with the proposed development. As you can see in the letter, I'm not sure how many people had an opportunity to read through it, so I won't get into read through it word for word, but just kind of highlight the critical aspects of our review. So as mentioned, there was a traffic impact study prepared by TEP LLC dated December 11th of 2023, and this letter that is up on the screen I have in front of me is basically our our review letter, which essentially outlines our findings, comments, and recommendations related to the submitted traffic study. So what I'm going to do is I've highlighted what I think are the critical comments that were worthy of discussion tonight. There are some other ones here that are minor in nature, not really having a material impact on the proposed development that we can certainly get into if there's any questions about it. But just wanted to kind of go through the ones I identified as the major comments. So as part of our assessment, our review, we did visit the site earlier this month. Just to note the general operations conditions and general site operations. So one thing, just highlight here, start here, that the impact study did indicate that the pavement on Brick Hill Road is generally an overall fair condition. And one thing we did note during our observation was that there was a fair amount of water ponding on either side of the roadway. Along both sides of Brick Hill Road, including the southwest corner of Brick Hill Road at UPS Road. And we did note that this standing water was large enough to impact vehicle operations, we felt. So we were out there like about mid-January, so this is a little bit after, I think, that major snowstorm that came through about roughly a week. I should highlight a little bit backing up here that the impact study did include two existing intersections, and then as well as some proposed driveways within their study area. And just to highlight those, Chelmsford Road at Brick Hill Road, Brick Hill Road at the UPS Road intersection, and then they also included in their assessment was the UPS Road at the proposed south and north driveways. So one item that they looked at as part of their review was site distance. We did generally agree that at the proposed site driveways, the stopping site distance and intersection site distance was both appropriate and adequate. But we do want to highlight that while we were out there, we did observe that there were about three truck trailers and one tractor parked on the south side of UPS Road within the vicinity of where these proposed site access driveways will be. These truck trailers would restrict, or we feel would restrict, the site distance at the proposed site driveway. So we would recommend that truck parking should be prohibited, and certainly in this area, to preserve the site distance at these driveways. Table 3 in the report, if you've had an opportunity to look at the report, does indicate that the available site distance was determined with appropriate roadway maintenance. So we would just ask that the applicant clarify what that means, just an explanation of what appropriate maintenance means. Another item included in the study was an assessment of crash history. The applicant did look at data between the years of 2016 and 2020. One reason for that, I believe, and we can certainly have them explain, is if you look at the database that the Department of Transportation has available or has online, the most available data, the data is most available that has been reviewed and verified is only up to 2020. However, there is data available all the way up through 2023, more current data, so we thought as part of this review we would just look at that. The only difference there is that data just hasn't been reviewed and what they call closed or verified by the state. But we did want to look at those remaining 3 years just to confirm there was no critical issues or critical accidents. We did identify during that period, we looked at 2016 to 2023. During that period, we did, through Mass DOT's online portal, we did identify 27 crashes during that period, so over 5 a year. And there was one injury crash in 2020 that was not included in the traffic impact study. Also want to highlight that the crash rate, that's a calculation that was included in the study. It's basically a metric that's used to be able to evaluate safety of intersections of roadways with varying traffic. Otherwise, it's just, you would just be looking at locations that have the highest volumes and presumably the highest traffic. So this is a way to evaluate based on varying traffic volumes. The intersection of Brick Hill Road, I'm sorry, this is the intersection I'm specifically talking about, does have a crash rate that is higher than the intersections, other intersections, similar intersections in this area. So we would we would note that this is likely a high crash location as a result of both, the crashes we observed as well as that high crash rate. A couple other comments. So regards to the trip generation expected from the proposed development, there was information regarding the number of trucks that are expected to be generated, 29 daily. We would just ask for some clarification as to how that number was determined, which, so that's daily, 24-hour period, with only one in the morning and one in the PM. So again, just where those numbers were, how those numbers were determined. Would be critical to identify, or we think, the size of the trucks that would be generated by the project, as well as, if there's 29 daily, only one in the morning, one in the afternoon, which time period do we expect the heaviest truck activity? The last thing we want to get into was just related to the future growth and the capacity analysis or the operational analysis. So at the intersection of Brick Hill Road and Chelmsford Road, that southbound left turn movement does have what's called a failing operation or level of service F. I can get into a little bit more detail as to what that means if needed, but it basically does not operate acceptably, has unacceptable operations or very high delays. And we certainly would expect, even with a minimal increase in traffic as expected by this project, that will only exacerbate these operations. So as a result of these delays and the high crash rate and the high number of crashes, we did request that the applicant do run what's called a traffic signal warrant analysis, and that's basically an evaluation to determine whether traffic signal control is justified or warranted at this location. And in addition to that, if the intersection were to remain unsignalized, to look into or identify other potential safety and operational measures that could be considered at this intersection. And the last comment I wanted to get into, because we do understand there's a little bit of concern of truck traffic continuing north along Brick Hill Road. So we did request that the applicant look into, as an effort to further prevent trucks from turning left on the Brick Hill Road from UPS Road, that they consider or look into making some geometric modifications to that intersection that would essentially require or force any larger vehicles to only be able to go right and head south. In addition to, I know there's some signage there, but some more significant signage to help encourage that, or better put, discourage that movement. So I know that was brief. I just wanted to jump right into it and get into it. And certainly if there's any questions or how you would like to proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Should we take it around the board for commentary? Chris, do you have something you want to start?
No, I don't have any questions.
No, it seems pretty clear, and I guess the conversation about doing something down at the intersection there, seeing as it's in Billerica, is pretty much closed.
Why is that?
Huh?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Why is it
I'm
closed?
thinking one of the concerns here, this is not just a traffic right here at this point,
No, I agree.
but it's a traffic down on 129.
Right.
And that's out of our jurisdiction.
No, it's not.
Is it? That's in Billerica.
It is, but
We're doing it, we can
I
ask
know
them
that's
to-
being worked
project
on.
is in our jurisdiction,
Fiction.
Yeah, that it is.
so we need to consider.
Well, we can certainly consider.
Right,
I'm
and they
just
can
saying
go
we
do
haven't
it in
got a lot of-
Billerica
we
and
haven't
do
got
a
lot of
traffic,
tools.
we can ask them to do that.
Yeah. Is that true?
Yeah, you can ask.
You can ask.
There's a memo attached to the agenda, and I've mentioned to the board. Chelmsford staff is engaged with
Yeah, I understood that. was
NIMCOG and
going on.
Billerica staff.
Yep.
So Billerica supports, it's clear to me that Billerica town officials support the recommendation that Beta is
Oh,
suggesting.
okay. I had gotten the opposite impression. That's good news.
To signalize.
Yeah.
They
whatever
they
it's
would
called.
like the Chelmsford Planning Board process to advance to the maximum extent feasible, signalizing that intersection.
Okay, good.
That's a different topic, that's a much more legal topic.
Right.
But for the here and now, you are able to request that kind of information.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll
That's-
wait,
and
we'll
that's-
wait,
that's
we'll wait to hear
better
the
than I had thought.
response from the proponent.
Okay.
Okay. I guess it's more for my edification, but you're proposing that they do some kind of traffic mitigation, either signalized or something else. What would I mean, we're not there yet. I guess we'll wait for them to respond, but what would the something else be like?
So, to clarify, we're talking about Brick Hill and Chelmsford Road. So the first step would to fully evaluate and look into what's called this traffic signal warrant analysis. This is something that comes from the manual uniform traffic control devices set of criteria. Sorry, am I too far away? A set of criteria, basically studying the intersection operations, the motor vehicle demand, things of that sort to determine if it's appropriate to consider traffic signalization. So that would be the first step. The data that was provided in the study is not comprehensive enough to do that full assessment. So that was our request here, is to do a more thorough review, just given what we're seeing with the current operations. We know there will be additional traffic added, and most critically, there is clearly a safety deficiency at this location, particularly with the southbound left turns. In terms of other measures, our comment is more sort of putting it on the applicant to identify those. We could certainly work with and review suggestions, something as simple as a flashing beacon, although, I don't think that would be as effective. If there were other opportunities, other things that were potentially as effective as a signal, different type of intersection control or geometric modifications, something along those lines, is, since it does appear, and this isn't too often, or this, I should say, is often the case where these minor street, particularly left turns, do have difficulty entering into the main street traffic, particularly during the peak hours. So that was essentially what our comment was, that this intersection is in the study area. This development will generate and have more traffic at that, produce more traffic into that intersection. So we would just request that they look at that a little bit more. And we would expect that a signal will be warranted. So I think, the expectation would be that will be the case, and then it will really be, where do you go from there?
Okay, thank you. John?
Really no questions. I would say that, based on what the information the peer reviewer provided, I agree with the trailer truck issue. I think I brought that up the first night, that just, as someone that travels that road almost every day, there are frequently trailer trucks parked on UPS Drive, depending on the season. The ponding issue, in my opinion, is valid. I've personally seen it, especially in the weather we've experienced. And also, I will say that it is an extremely busy intersection, and it is just about impossible, if a detail officer is not there, to take a left turn and drive towards Billerica. So I think that was all valuable information.
I have a question regarding, you had said to change the intersection on Brick Hill and UPS Drive, so people couldn't go left. Is UPS Drive a town road, or is that, who owns that?
Did that come up in the?
It's a private road owned by UPS.
Okay, that's what I thought. So in order to do that, UPS would have to change it.
No, I think he's referring to Brick Hill.
No, but he also mentioned there was a concern about.
Yeah, the geometric modifications.
To go left
Yep.
into Chelmsford, into the neighborhood, right? You're going left down to
Right.
Warm Street. But to change that modification, that's why I just wanted clarification whether that was owned by the town or by UPS. Thank you.
Probably
But the
a little bit of both.
intersection would be something that the town could modify, correct?
Likely. We'd have to look into that.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have anything else?
No, that was just that was one question.
Mike?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Paul? Anything else? Anything that you want?
Nothing.
Joel?
You mentioning the truck trailers,
Right.
the parking should be prohibited. So what action do we?
We can request, but I don't think we have authority if it's a private way.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to know what kind of follow-up we can do to that, because obviously,
Wait a minute,
I think
hold on.
my understanding is at this
We
point,
review, is that
the beta peer review has identified the deficiency or challenge, and now it's incumbent upon the proponent to provide a response with a resolution.
Okay.
So this development comes out onto UPS Way though, right? So that means you have, because it's a private way, you've gotten, UPS has agreed to it, I guess?
You wanna?
To allow you to do that?
So as mentioned, UPS Road is a private road. So we don't have any right to the road except for, we have an easement for access and egress.
Okay, that's, thank you.
Okay. I guess that we.
Want to get initial responses from the proponent's traffic consultant?
Sure.
Good evening, I'm Kim Hazavardian, traffic engineer with TEP LLC. Let's see, I'm going to limit my responses to two locations. The first one's going to be the intersection of Brick Hill Road and UPS Road. There are signs already, as we've already heard, that tell trucks not to turn left out of UPS Road. I looked at the existing traffic counts for the morning and afternoon peak hours, and the numbers of trucks, and the definition of trucks would be 3-axle type trucks or 6-tire type trucks or bigger, is very limited making that movement. In fact, left south we got 0 trucks making that move, and in fact, coming from the other direction, which isn't prohibited, the right turns in, we got 1 truck in the AM peak hour, and no trucks during the PM peak hour. What I'm getting at is we didn't see a large number of trucks making that movement. The other location is Route 129 and Brick Hill Road.
I'm sorry, are you saying that you're not seeing trucks going onto UPS Drive?
No. During the morning and afternoon peak hour counts that we conducted at the Brick Hill Road, UPS Road intersection, the left turn from UPS Road to, UPS Road to Brick Hill Road.
Okay.
We saw no trucks making that left. That doesn't mean they don't happen. It doesn't happen at other times during the day. But the data we have didn't show it being a large number of trucks. It showed no trucks making that movement. So at least during those hours, they were following the signs and not making that movement. The other location is the intersection of Route 129, Chelmsford Road, and Brick Hill. I've looked at some of the materials that have been put up on the town's website related back to the UPS original permitting and so on. And I see mentions of signalizing that intersection, I think, going back to the 1980s. And for whatever reason, it hasn't happened. I don't know why. But if you look at, it would be helpful to look at what the numerical increases due to this application would be. I did a quick calculation back at the office today, and during the AM and PM peak hours, this project would account for about 1% of the traffic at that intersection. In other words, the existing traffic volumes out there account for almost everything. The question, I guess the question is that really part of this project, or is it a general traffic concern that's been around for a long time? I'm going to ramble about a couple of other things related to this. The crash history at that intersection, we got a crash rate of 0.62 crashes per million entering vehicles, and that compares with the statewide average of 0.57 crashes per million entering vehicles. It is above average, but it's not a lot above average. And if you look at the manual and uniform traffic control devices, in the sections that relate to signal warrants. They speak of 5 crashes per year, susceptible to correction by signalization as what tends to give you one more data point leading you toward a signal. There were 11 angle collisions, and those are the types that are correctable by signalization usually over the 5 years of data. So that's sort of 1 to 2 per year. So if you compare that number of crashes with the manual and uniform traffic control devices, 5 crashes in 1 year, it doesn't meet the threshold. Now, let me explain what would go into a traffic signal warrant study. It's not an insignificant project. You have to do usually a 14-hour count, turning movement count at the intersection, and compare the volumes for each hour with the thresholds in the manual and uniform traffic control devices. And in a case like this where you have existing traffic, no build traffic without the project in the future, and build traffic with the project in the future, you might want to look at all 3 of those scenarios. You generate the analysis, you generate the report. Sometimes you even look preliminarily at what it would take to signalize the intersection. Now, at this intersection, one thing I think would be needed is a left turn lane added to the Chelmsford Road eastbound approach, going away from Route 3. If you look at the approaches to that intersection, the westbound approach on Chelmsford Road heading toward Route 3, it essentially is a through lane and a right turn lane. There isn't a good pavement stripe separating the lanes, but that's what's there if you look at it on the aerial view. And the Brick Hill Road approach southbound has 2 lanes. The eastbound approach really only has 1 lane. It's pretty much impossible if someone's turning left from Chelmsford Road into Brick Hill. It's pretty much impossible for through traffic to get around that left turning vehicle. And I looked at what the volume is. Under the existing condition, that left turn volume is 400 vehicles. It's a good size volume. And that's without the project that we're talking about tonight. Now, if the intersection were to be signalized, it's not just a matter of putting in the signal. Almost always you have to do road improvements. And in this case, the road improvements probably would be a left turn lane on that approach I just talked about, maybe lengthening the second lanes on the other approaches. And the dollar cost is going to be in the millions of dollars by the time you're done, would be my best initial estimate. So that's what I have to say. And I want to leave you with that this project adds about 1% to the volume at that intersection, and there's been talk about signalizing it for decades. And I'd be happy to answer any questions from you.
I've got a question. When talking about the intersection at UPS Road and Brick Hill, I thought I heard you say that there were 0 trucks turning left.
During our traffic counts, okay, which were done on one day, in a window in the morning peak period, a window in the afternoon peak period, there were no trucks taking the left out of UPS Drive. Now, that number might not include pickup trucks or whatever, but that's not what we consider a truck for these analysis purposes.
And where is that data in the traffic report?
It's in the appendix. There's a section, traffic counts.
Okay, because I was specifically looking for that and I couldn't find it. Which appendix?
It is appendix, it's usually appendix
It's usually a big table.
B or C. Let me look it up.
Table.
It is appendix B, but you have to look at that appendix to see those truck numbers. Okay, if you look in the main body of the report, they're not called out. It's in the appendix.
Okay.
Usually it's all traffic and truck. And, right, I think usually it's 3, isn't it? Isn't it all traffic and then non-truck, and then truck.
In the appendix,
Yeah, in the traffic counts.
in the appendix, in the traffic counts in this one, you have them broken out, trucks, yeah, you pretty much got it.
Okay.
Trucks, cars, and then they have a total.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
that's usually how they.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else for the consultant? Anything else, generally speaking? So we are leaving it to them to respond in a more formal manner than what we just received, correct? To the input from the peer
I think that
review?
makes sense. It's pretty clear how they feel about doing a signal warrant for 129. Coincidentally, the towns in NIMCOG are reconvening on Monday. I can update them accordingly.
The two towns in MCOG are meeting together?
Yep,
Oh,
it'll be our
that's
second
good.
time. The group was very interested in hearing not only Beta's peer review, which I forwarded to them, but they were also interested in hearing the applicant's initial response. So what I'm hearing, I think what I'm hearing is that the applicant isn't enthusiastic at this point about doing a warrant analysis.
Does the applicant know that they have 3 board members who travel that road? I don't know, how many times do you travel that road a day?
At least once.
I'm at least on it twice. Like, they may want to reconsider that.
So,
Position,
I mean, ideally, they would do it. The message that I've sent to the project team, which is primarily based upon what Bill Ricca is suggesting, is that in lieu of this project signalizing the intersection, that the Chelmsford Planning Board require a fair share contribution. So, either way, the way I see this playing out is that this project is going to be doing either some physical improvements at Brick Hill and UPS. They may be providing a fair share contribution to future work at 129. If they choose to do the warrant analysis, maybe the planning board views that as part of the fair share contribution. Maybe it covers all of it. I don't know what the cost is. I think the spirit of this is setting aside the legalities, which it's not clear to me whether the Chelmsford Planning Board has the legal authority to require that study. I think the spirit and intent is working collaboratively and cooperatively with this applicant to try to provide some value added to both towns at this particular time. So that's my best explanation. At this point, I don't want to get into legalities because I don't know the answers and we don't have Haverty here but I think it's.
And it sounds like they're still working it out.
Yeah. So I think your peer review consultant is requesting the information based upon a justification. And my further explanation is that this is all within the context of two towns trying to collaborate through a Chelmsford Planning Board regulatory process.
The other thing that I was thinking about is something that Joel said in one of the prior.
There's an elephant in the room.
He didn't say that, but one of the things that Joel said in the prior hearing was the threshold. And no matter what the increase is, it's about, does that increase, whether it's 50% increase or 1% increase, bring it above an expected threshold? And so that's where I'm coming from with this project, is not about the percent increase in traffic or truck traffic or safety issues. It's about where are we at right now with the threshold, and then will this project put it over that threshold? And so that's kind of where I'm thinking about this specific project and those improvements.
I agree with you, but I've never, I've not been on the board for decades like some others, but I have been following along prior to being on the board, and I've never seen a traffic study that got into
So much.
threshold, the concept of threshold. I mean, am I,
Well, because, no, I agree with you. I agree exactly what you said. I don't think this intersection issue is this applicant's issue.
right?
It's another
So-
business that's down the street, but it's also right after a hockey game. There's a lot of businesses on that street, and I think it's the town of Chelmsford and the town of Billerica that finally need to get to the table and resolve this issue. And I don't think it should be all on the applicant's back. But I agree with you.
And
We can't let the applicant go forward.
May I
until
add
it's-
UPS?
Well, that's what I mean, UPS, we should have,
So the
could have had it when we
problem-
expanded UPS.
They should be in the meeting also.
That that's been identified, and UPS will likely be engaged at some point.
They're paying for the traffic cop now.
Correct,
They pay for the police officer, right?
Yeah.
correct.
So,
But
Ulrika
one
was
of the
asked
things-
They already have
to,
skin in the game.
What about the
Ulrika was
pond?
asked to identify the genesis of that. How did that come about? What's the agreement? So there's a variety of issues here. I think my understanding of, again, the Chelmsford Planning Board, rightfully so, at a minimum, wanted to make sure the town of Billerica was aware. We've checked that, verified. We've then taken it a step forward. So I think the Chelmsford Planning Board has made it very clear to Billerica and NIMCOG and to the applicant that you're looking to make sure that Billerica is involved in this process. And without speaking for the board, I think you're willing to facilitate to the maximum extent legally permissible and reasonable.
And what has happened in the past is that Chelmsford and Billerica we did not involve Billerica. We didn't involve Billerica with UPS. There has been a history of problems. UPS has been very, very good about fixing and addressing the problems. But there was, I can tell you, remember the issue with they had to redo the bridge?
Right, well, there's a depression there, that was all washed out at one point, there was a problem there, so I
It
think,
took 10 years to resolve.
yeah, I think because it's a unique location with two towns involved, that's.
Right, both towns have strong feelings about its geographic location at the
So-
perimeter of towns.
So developers have used that against us to get away from not addressing certain things.
Right.
So
So-
now we're talking to them, and I think now we have to finally address it.
Yeah.
And
I
I think they should talk to UPS,
Yeah.
because UPS has been very,
Continue the
very,
conversations.
very, very good.
Right. My suggestion is, have the applicant respond to the Beta's peer review. And I think simultaneously, the board should pivot its review to cover stormwater. Catch up with where the Conservation Commission is on stormwater. Maybe in one or two meetings, maybe you'll be in a much better position to put the traffic
circle
issue
back.
kind of in perspective,
Yep.
in totality of the full
I think
project.
that makes sense. So maybe we ought to have a motion to continue the traffic to 2 or 3 meetings out.
I would just continue to the 14th.
Okay.
Let's pencil in
We can do it all.
stormwater. I'll
Okay,
be able
fine.
to provide you an update
Perfect.
on the two-town discussions. Hopefully, we'll get the written responses from the applicant to Beta's peer review. The agenda may be lighter, and maybe we can talk about stormwater and traffic.
Can we, at the next meeting, can we also talk about the site plan too? So stormwater and site plan combined, because they're kind of tied together and there are some questions.
Yep. And I guess also, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this public
No one
hearing?
on Zoom?
Okay, so then I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to move
Public hearing.
the public hearing to February 14th.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Oh, we got you good and strong there.
You want to take a 5-minute, or you want to just keep going?
I'm okay with keeping
Thank
going.
you.
Thank you. Do people want to take a break? Okay.
Okay,
All right, next, on to
191.
191 Chelmsford Street.
You want to put a hard limit on this, at 9 o'clock?
Yeah. 9 o'clock?
It's 9 o'clock right now.
You get 1 minute.
5 minutes. Is that what I suggested?
Yeah, let's make it 9:20, 9:25,
Yeah.
and shoot for faster.
Now, as I recall, there are a bunch of letters here. I think didn't we read most of these last time around?
Yes.
I usually check them off, and I think I got a different set of copies here, and they don't have checks in the corners, but I believe we did read them.
I think there were 2 new ones,
Yeah, let's take a look.
Water Department and Board of Health.
Okay, why don't I just cover those? All right. Okay, Board of Health. Okay, this letter is regarding the proposed car wash at 191. This proposed car wash would require an environmental impact report by an engineering firm and a written request for a hearing with the Board of Health to obtain approval pursuant to the Town of Chelmsford provisions, Chapter 201, Board of Health, Article 7, Groundwater Protection Zone. You got that?
Got that.
If approved by the Board of Health from the requested hearing, then the project must meet the requirements pursuant to all DEP regulations and the Town of Chelmsford General Provisions, Chapter 201. Board of Health, Article 10, Model Floor Drains. No, there was such a thing. If the project is not connecting to town sewer, then an on-site septic system must meet Title V regulations pursuant to 310 CMR 15. Septic systems, along with the Health Department disposal system, construction permit application process. If this project plans to have a dumpster on site, then it must meet Town of Chelmsford General Provisions, Chapter 201, Board of Health, Article 5, Commercial Refuse Dumpster Collections and Licensing and Operations, respectfully, Town of Greenwood. And the other one that we hadn't done yet was water, right? A representative with this proposed project has met with the Chelmsford Water District, and all of our order of conditions have been, or in writing, will be fulfilled by the contractor. I think that suffices. And that's those two.
Evan, was there a DPW letter that came in?
Is that a new one?
I thought there was, but I don't see it on the agenda.
They told me this morning that they sent a new one in.
It's not attached to
Well,
the agenda.
I think we did look at the one from the project engineer, but that was back, well, actually, this says January 24th, so this must be it.
I know it's in the
Okay.
file.
Let me take a quick look and see if I can summarize this. Okay, site plan review, outstanding DPW engineering issues not addressed. This is the salient stuff. Nope, and no further, DPW engineering has no further comments. There's a sewer comment. The applicant will work with the DPW to purchase additional sewer capacity for the project. Howard Stein Hudson will schedule a meeting with Chelmsford DPW to discuss anticipated flows for the facility and provide documentation from the owner justifying the anticipated usage of 1,000 GPD. Engineering will review emergency power for the grinder pump upon submission of the next revision. Engineering will review SMH's number 2's revised connection to the sewer system upon submission in the next revision. And engineering will review the recirculation tank detail upon finalization and resubmission in the next revision. And there's a recommended stormwater management condition, ownership as well as O&M of all stormwater systems and BMPs shall be clearly stated on the deeds to avoid confusion. And the project is covered by MPDES construction general permit, but no SWPPP has been submitted. This will be submitted prior to land disturbance. And recommend general conditions of approval as listed in the previous letter dated December 8th. So that's the DPW.
All right, excellent.
Am I correct in my understanding that they're still looking for clarification on how the 1,000 gallon
Yeah.
is arrived at?
Correct.
Still in
So, Casey Ferrer with Howard Stein Hudson. I had a preliminary meeting with them this morning, just to kind of gauge, since it's not a Title V use, which is what we base everything off of, I wanted to gauge what kind of documentation can I provide you, what kind of information will you accept, what kind of agreement can we come to. So we opened a dialogue this morning, and we kind of set a target date for February 5th in that area to reconvene prior to the next meeting to set in stone. That way that will be finalized prior to us appearing again. I do want to mention the applicant himself, Sohail, is in the audience today. Also is Flaviana D. from Hoover Architecture, here to be able to discuss any architectural changes or just have a kind of more in-depth architecture discussion than I can have. I guess a quick recap of kind of the last meeting. This is an existing duplex home or two-family home. It does not meet any zoning regulations. It's in the roadside commercial, so the residential use is not by the law. It does not meet any setbacks either. And then it's also within a Zone 2 wellhead protection and an aquifer protection district. That's where the groundwater protection zone for Board of Health comes in. We will be applying for their meetings and supplying information for them. The property is wedged between the Shell gas station with kind of the Best Western Hotel behind it, and also the, I believe it's Chelmsford Crossing Assisted Living Facility. The property is just under 2 acres in size with a wetland in the back of approximately 0.7 acres. The civil proposal itself has not changed greatly since the last time I've seen the project. There has been revisions. We included one of the concerns from the board was not having employee dedicated spaces. So we did include 3 employee dedicated spaces at your typical 9x19 size, and they're also signed as employee only. We did, and I'll allow the applicant to speak a little bit to the operation. We did actually increase the vacuum allotment, and that is just from an operational perspective to allow the flow of the site to continue. Another concern that the board had was the noise generated by the vacuums. I did have an in-depth discussion with the applicant about the operation of these vacuums. These are central producer units, so all of these vacuums are kind of controlled by 2 units and not individually at each vacuum. That allows us to locate those producers kind of wherever we need to. So in this proposal, we have moved them to closer to the entrance of the tunnel of the car wash. That kind of situates it as far away from that residential property line as we could get it. And in doing so, I believe part of the letter provided from the applicant, the noise level that would be at the property line of that residential property line would be about 50 decibels. This is comparable to a quiet refrigerator. And I want to clarify that that is at full production. These producers are variable. So if only one vacuum is being used, only enough power for that one vacuum will be produced.
So that would be how many decibels, do you know?
It's less than 50. So the producers themselves will get up to, I believe it was 86 at 10 feet from the producers. They're going to be enclosed in an insulated kind of enclosure specific for these, and that'll reduce it by 15 decibels at that 10 feet. So we're looking at 71 decibels at 10 feet from the producers. And then there's a calculation for sound dampening by distance. So at that property line, at full production, we're at about 50 decibels. And then that full production is only anticipated on like a typical Saturday during the day when it's busy. Your weekdays and your weeknights, they're not going to be busy, so that should not hit that 50 decibel threshold.
Is that
Can you
documented?
show us where they are?
Sure, absolutely.
Are those numbers documented somewhere?
We have them in the operational note that we submitted.
There is, okay.
So these are the 2 concrete pads that the vacuum producers will sit on. They'll be enclosed, and it's just an insulated enclosure over the producers. It's not like a shed, it's not a building. It's just an enclosure on the units themselves.
Offhand, do you know the distance to the property line
111 feet.
going towards the senior?
Yeah, going towards
What
the
about
senior.
going towards the Chelmsford?
I don't know that
Western.
dimension off the top of my head, but we can get it for you, and we can I can label it on the next plan set if you'd like. I know one of the other questions or concerns that the planning board has was whether or not this wash facility would use PFAS in its wash products. We have been confirmed by the vendor of the products that they do not use PFAS. There are no PFAS present in any of their wash products. Kind of going along with that, there was also operational concerns about how does this facility actually operate. So there will be garage doors closed at both ends during any wash. The vehicles will enter from the entry side of the tunnel, be engaged with a conveyor belt, and then pulled through the wash without the ability for the driver of the vehicle to exit early or to leave, unless I would assume there's some emergency scenario where they can probably disengage. But so with that said, the vehicle is not allowed to leave prior to being finished with the wash. So this kind of goes back to an original concern, I believe it was yours. What about bubbles or soap products getting outside of the tunnel? The intention is that the car is completely dry before it leaves. In an effort to address this at the entrance of the tunnel with the pre-wash, we did put a trench drain at the entrance, just in case, and that's going to tie back into the plumbing, which ties into the reclaim tanks, which will then be recirculated, and then any overages goes out to sanitary sewer. Another concern of the board was curbing around the site. We did, in this proposal, revise to a sloped granite curbing around the entire exterior, which is kind of the curbing that withholds stormwater from kind of getting away from our stormwater management system. All internal berm is still proposed as bituminous concrete curbing, but except where we're at a sidewalk where it will be monolithic, so that's kind of a poured in place with the sidewalk because it allows for a vertical and a pedestrian protection essentially. Covered that. I did want to update on traffic. So we heard your concern the last time we engaged our traffic team. Just kind of due to timing and the holidays and school vacations and whatnot, the traffic counts couldn't take place until about 2 weeks ago. So that traffic study is in the process of being finalized now. I just didn't have it to the board in time to discuss for this meeting. So that is, we anticipate having that discussion at the February 14th meeting, should we have a place on that agenda. But I did want to engage whether or not the board would want that peer reviewed, because if the board does want that peer reviewed, I would like to engage that peer reviewer for that February 14th meeting so that we can have that completed and we can have a full discussion on that February 14th meeting about that.
What are people's thoughts about the peer review of the traffic study?
I would have to see the traffic study in order to make that determination.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it may not require, but take a look.
Casey, did you say it was 2 weeks ago that it occurred?
I believe it was
That would be
maybe
the first-
January 8th rings a bell to me, the week of January 8th.
Okay.
So I believe it was 2 weeks ago. I know I reached out to Evan just for kind of a recommendation on when would be a good time acceptable to the board, and we just did it in line with how that recommendation came back. I believe it was the week of January 8th,
Yeah,
the
that's
end of that
what,
week.
okay.
Beyond that, I'm not sure I have much more in terms of changes. Obviously, with the increase in the vacuum spaces and the addition of employee spaces, we did have a little bit increased impervious, so we had to modify the stormwater system to accommodate. So that the subsurface system went from 55 chambers to 60. But I believe it states in the DPW letter, or maybe the email, they told me that they did state that they had no stormwater concerns. So we did update all and provide all information for that.
And then we wanted, I think some clarification on the architecture?
Sure. So Flaviana is online, and if you would like to, she can run you through the changes that they did make. I know they made some pretty substantial changes, and we're hoping it's in the direction that the board wanted us to go. But I did request that she be here to have kind of more in-depth conversation than I'm able to have, so I'll allow her to take it from here.
Thank you.
Architecture. I'm here to clarify any design questions we have in regards to the design of this project. I'm going to start by explaining the concept that was used. Originally, the car washes that we designed, they're based on pre-metal structures with a curved polycarbonate roof. We understand for this project that the usual design did not fit the neighborhood character of this location. Therefore, we chose to redesign this project using some key elements of the colonial concept and implement them in order to better fit within the neighborhood character where it's been proposed. With that being said, we maintained the physical structure of the building, and we applied a variety of materials that would go along with the colonial concept of the location. The pitched roof with the painted fascia on the top of the building. It's more of a engaging into integrating the design with the neighborhood on its surrounding. And the color that was chosen for the fascia, it remarks the branding for this car wash. Along with that, going down with the walls, we chose to use the fiber cement panels because they are a very they're a material that's very sustainable and has a long life. But in order to not make the facade a lot monochromatic, we used another color for the branding, which is I guess you can call that a blue, to highlight the tower, where you can actually understand that this building, the function of the building by looking at the tower and its composition with highlighting with that same color the tunnel. The office building, which is the only unit that protrudes on the other side, we chose to use the stone veneer on the surrounding of the office to mark the entrance of the office for all the users that need to come into the office and deal with any possible questions that they may have. And that same element was carried across on the bottom, on the base of the building, on the surrounding of the building, to kind of integrate the whole concept. The concept of the building is a mix of all the units that we've seen on the surroundings going south and southwest of that location. And we try to include the senior housing and the residential units in a way that the building wouldn't impose a complete difference of identity to that space. We understand that really close to that location, you can see the convenience store and the gas station, as well as the restaurant and the hotel, like mentioned before. Those are concepts that currently they kind of run away a little bit from the neighborhood concept. Our goal was to combine the neighborhood identity with the modern concept used from those existing commercial units and make it all more balanced. Does that make sense?
I think it looks good.
Yeah, I do have to say that this design is much better than the other one. I did have some questions about the windows on the sides. Did those look into the wash area at all? Or is it just essentially a hallway on either side?
No, we do have the ability to have the window. Currently, we are proposing those windows to have visibility to the tunnel wash, so you can actually see the car being washed as you go through the service. Based on our design, it's supposed to connect the interior of the building and its function to the exterior. So you can have kind of that interior-exterior relationship of the building with its surrounding instead of a completely enclosed building.
Okay, so then my next question is, are there any colored fluorescent lighting used either in the wash or around the building?
The only fluorescent color that we have, it's on the aluminum fascia surrounding on the building. I believe that the colors that the lighting, fluorescent lighting that we could use, if chosen to, it would come from the equipment package, which is something that could be coordinated with the owner and the equipment vendor. So to answer your question more directly, we do not have that planned as part of our design. It's something that we could add or remove in coordination with the owner and equipment vendor.
Okay, because I think one of the concerns I would have is I see a lot of car washes now with those fluorescent neon LED lighting on the inside and out, flashing and blinking and flashing and blinking. So I would be concerned about that on the external or being visible from the outside.
And I understand your concern. And just on that, I'd like to ask you a question. Some of the jurisdictions, they do have requirements if that fluorescent lighting is to be used or it's desired by the client. Some of them has a requirement of the amount of fluorescent either lighting or color to be used on the exterior of the building or that protrudes on the exterior of the building. Do you have any requirements that we could be looking into to make sure that we are designing within your perimeters?
We do.
Not for inside the building, only if it's signage.
Just, it only applies for such a signage?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think it may be helpful for your client to tell you their preference, because if he wants what Chris is referring to, then maybe the board can work with you to make the windows opaque, right? I mean,
Yeah.
clouded.
Because I know that the mobile station on 110 has fluorescent lighting inside that's complete, and on the outside, but you can see it from the outside. And it at night, it does reflect significantly.
Yeah, I understand that our client is willing to work with us on the design of this building for this specific location. So I don't see the fluorescent lighting on the inside of the tunnel being a problem or being a request. My question was more to bring that to discussion in advance. So if I'm brought up with that question, I know the answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have other questions on the site plan and stuff like that, but not on the architecture.
Do you want to finish with the architecture first while she's on the Zoom, and then we
Sure.
can get back to the site plan?
Anything else for the architecture, Mike?
Not for me.
John?
I think it definitely improved from the first concept that we saw. So I had no questions.
Nina?
I'm not loving it, but but I wasn't here for the first one. I didn't see the first one. I mean, I saw the first one. I actually kind of thought the first one looked better, but I'm like, that kind of, I don't know. I would have.
It's true.
Liked it a little bit more.
Everybody has different tastes.
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
I agree.
Everybody's got different.
So I made the comment, the original meeting about the architecture that brought the start of the discussion. I still think this looks more like the hotel and Moonstones and the gas station creeping into a neighborhood that, obviously, we talked about this conflict here before, but you've got a nice residential, colonial-looking elderly housing next door. This does not take into account, yes, it has a fascia on the top, but that's about it. That's colonial on this architecture. And across the street, there's a nice daycare that it's all colonial. And I think you're sitting in the neighborhood. So my opinion, this is going in the wrong direction architecturally. And that's my opinion, but you're bringing in more of the commercial, put a Dunkin' Donuts here. That's what it looks like. So that's not what I asked for. I tried to ask for more of coming the other direction. Just because it's there now, doesn't the architecture of Moonstones and the hotel and the gas station, when that was approved, they didn't have any vision at that time. I would assume that they didn't want to say, okay, this is what we want to match. But I think in my just 2 cents is that I'd like to see more of a colonial-looking building that blends in the neighborhood. This is going to stick out.
Okay.
And it's going to continue. It's just continuing up the street. So if that's the intent of the board, then the next property is going to continue to carry this look coming up. And then it's going to eventually marry Market Basket.
So you like,
years from now.
you like the first design better than this one?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
No, I didn't say that. I asked for the first design was a modern curved roof.
Yeah.
We don't have any of those in Chelmsford.
Right,
So that my point was, I wanted more of a colonial-looking building that is a car wash. And I think when you look at a lot of different, on their website, it doesn't have it.
Yeah.
And I understand that. So, but I'm not going to be the one that sways the whole thing. Obviously, there's 7 of us on the board. But I'm just trying to figure out where does this is a very important part of the town.
Mm-hmm.
And where do you want this to go? And you have a chance right now, because I'm in a special permit, to make this thing look a little bit better.
So I'm not saying I'm 100% in love with this design. I'm saying it's better than the first one.
Oh, I agree. I think it's better than the first one.
And it's closer to what I agree that it is closer looking to Moonstones and the hotel than it is to the residences.
Right.
But it's definitely closer than the first one.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But look at Joan Dark Credit Union, right? That looks like a colonial,
Dark.
right?
Yes.
Yes. And I've seen, and Acton does a phenomenal job with their commercial, like their Dunkin' Donuts, their car washes, right? It looks colonial. Like, that's what I want to see here. Like, if you're going to spend the money, spend it so the people who live in the neighborhood don't go, what the hell did they approve here? and come to us and go, really?
So
we want you guys to be
I
here.
would agree
We want
with
this
you.
service. We
The
want to.
Jean d'Arc building is,
Here, Paul.
Is
I think if they were to take a look further down the road and look at the Jean d'Arc building, that's probably what we're talking about. Not Kohl's, don't go as far as Kohl's or any of that, but I think Jean d'Arc.
The mall.
Match that. If it makes sense.
Right. And that's exactly
Yeah,
what I
don't look
wanted.
over there. Don't look over there. But look, I'm just saying, Jean d'Arc matches.
That's exactly why I wanted representatives from the architects here to
Right.
have this discussion and be able to hear the concerns, not just relayed through me, someone who cannot speak architecture. So this is exactly kind of the discussion we wanted to have with the architect to make sure that any revisions can be more in line with the board's wishes and the board's wills.
Joel?
I'm the last person to ask for fashion advice.
Fashion?
I'm terrible with colors, but I do agree with Mike. I do agree. I was like lime green.
Yeah, I was
So-
going to ask about that.
So I think looking at the Jean d'Arc, looking at the senior, leaning more towards that way, not leaning towards the other stuff, I think is Because I recently saw one, I don't remember where I was, but I saw a car wash. I had to look twice. It looked like a colonial building.
Yeah.
And so I would think it could be done, so I'm in agreement with that.
Can you clarify for me, the lime green, is that, you said that's part of their branding?
It's one of the colors that's part of the branding of this car wash.
If you can make
But
it a
both
colonial
colors that-
house looking, then I think there's room on the lime green.
What?
So,
Like,
so
we could make colonial, if it looks like a colonial house, then I think we can
Yeah.
put some lime green accents on it and be nicer than,
The sign can be lime green.
right?
Yeah.
Work with you on the lime green.
So am I understanding correctly that the issue with this design is currently the colors that we're using as well as the roof structure?
Yes. The roof line does not match the area roof lines, unless you're in the commercial side of things. That this is a commercial building, I understand that, but we're trying to prevent more creepage of commercial-looking structures in that area.
We want people to drive by like Joel did, drove by and said, wait, that was a car wash? It looks like a house.
Okay. All right, so I believe that a double-sided pitched roof would give a different look to this building. And in terms of color, would it still be acceptable for us to use that lime green, or we would need to fall within strict parameters for that?
I mean,
Let's see the structure.
Let's see the structure.
how do
yeah.
we see the structure, and then we talk about the lime green?
Okay.
Maybe introduce clapboards or something that looks like clapboard
Yeah.
Yeah.
rather than the masonry.
I do want to mention, though, that visibility is a large part of the business for a car wash, so hiding it entirely to where you're not sure that it's a car wash is not great for the operation of the business, so we don't want to go as far so that when you drive by, you're like, oh, I passed a car wash. We still want you to know that you are passing a car wash. We can certainly try and form it better to the neighborhood, but we do want people to know that it's a car wash.
Yeah, but I mean, in Acton, and I think it's Acton, I saw the car wash. Like, it was beautiful. Like, you wanted to go drive through it, right? Like, same with the Dunkin' Donuts. If you go to Acton, the Dunkin' Donuts, they're architecturally, they fit the center of the town. Like, they just work.
So,
Understood.
And it's more inviting.
yeah, so you just triggered something on me. If you're worried about the look and they want to see it, what's this thing going to look like at night? What's the lighting on this on the exterior that is going to affect that neighborhood? And that's something that I would want to, I understand it, I've seen a lot of car washes.
Yep.
And there's ones that have, I mean, it's great, and there's a lot of different lights inside, which is awesome. But I think, again, we're sitting there's neighbors next door to this building. And what are they going to be looking at night?
So currently our site lighting is strictly just site lighting. I can invite the applicant up to speak to what the exterior of the car wash itself for, I guess, branding would look like, because I've only dealt with the site lighting itself. But Ali, if you want to come up.
So you would have the street sign.
Come up to the mic. If you don't mind, come up to the microphone.
So you would have the street light, or the sign, the street sign, which would
Yeah.
be illuminated, right? And then general site lighting.
Mhm.
And then these vacuums have an LED light on them, which just helps the customer as they're vacuuming, just to be able to see around.
But
It's just white light.
is there spotlights on all four sides of the building? Is it, because
It's just-
you want to make sure that people know that there's a car wash, so what does that
No,
look like?
that lighting is just to illuminate the parking lot.
Okay.
So that lighting is not as such attracting the customer. Like, you're not using it to attract the customer. But you'll have a sign which will be illuminated on the building that says car wash,
Yeah.
right? Like the sign over there will be vacuum illuminated, right? So that will attract the customer. But as such, there's no other fancy lighting on the exterior.
Okay. And can I ask you a question while you're standing there? The vacuums, I think, are they constantly running, the vacuum? Or is it, some of the vacuums, individual ones, start when, obviously, you have the motor right there. But you go to some of the modern ones right now, all of the vacuums are running, no matter what, if there's a car there or not there.
So it is a central unit, but there are two central units. Each lane is controlled by one central unit.
Okay.
So they are running all the time, but the advantage is that you can really tuck this at the back of the site versus these being next to the parking stall and kind of more near the road, near the edge of the property. So you can tuck it, you can enclose them, put really good insulation. You can put even more insulation if you want to, if noise is a concern. Yeah. So they are central units, but there is advantage because you can locate them where you want to locate on the property.
Powering what's required.
So the powering is that each line is powered at the same time.
Yeah.
So there are two lines. So there are two producers. Each controls one line. So that one producer is going to run. And we can control, if it's a busy day, both will run. But if it's a slow day, only one producer will run.
And hours of operation that you're proposing?
So 12 to 14 hours, depending on the season. In winter, you'll be 12 hours, 7 to 7. On summer, it will be 7 to 8, 7 to 9.
Okay.
Any other questions that I can answer?
Spent a half hour. You want to continue?
Yeah, I think we need to move along. There was something else we wanted to discuss about site.
I did have a couple questions. You just answered one of them with the hours of operation. Ice control in the winter.
Ice control in the winter.
Yeah, so sometimes cars that come out of car washes aren't completely dry. And so when you do have those cars coming out, is there going to be a need for increased salt or ice control in that exit area?
Well, again, the intention is that the cars will be dry before they have to run through, I believe it's 20 to 40 feet of vacuums before they even get out. But right at the exit, there's also a catch basin, so if there is stuff dripping off cars, which again, there shouldn't be, there's a catch basin there to receive it to prevent icing. And we'll also make sure it's adequately pitched to that catch basin to make sure that icing can't occur.
Okay. Evan, can you bring up the site plan again? So when you were talking about the vacuum units, there's a fence right next to the vacuum unit, if I saw the site plan correctly. That was a great idea. So my question is, if I'm seeing it correctly, and if there's a fence there.
This right
Yes.
here? That's the dumpster pad, yeah, enclosed with a chain link fence.
No, down.
Right up in here?
Yeah.
This is, yeah, retaining wall with the fence on top.
Okay. Is it a chain link fence or is it a stockade type fence or?
Currently, I believe it's called out as a chain link, but if the board has a will of another way.
No, actually, that answers my question, because one of the concerns I have is if it's a solid fence with the vacuum pumps right there, is it going to reverberate into the neighborhood?
So, I mean, we can, I believe it's currently called out as a chain link fence.
Okay.
So in that, for that concern, we can leave it as a chain link fence, certainly. It's mostly just for fall protection, being that there's a wall that leads to a drive aisle. So any sort of fence would work for the fall protection, so if the board would like it to remain.
Okay. And then the vacuum, the pictures I saw in the vacuum have the tubes going from the producer up and into the lanes. If the two producers are on this corner of the property, how is the tubing going to get to the other side of the parking lot? Is it underground?
Subsurface, yep.
Okay. And then the last is more of a comment that I heard at the Concom meeting last night about the snow storage up at the top.
I've looked into that as well, yeah.
So it looked like part of that snow storage was in the 100-foot buffer zone, or the 75-foot area, and you were going to move it back?
So I looked into that this morning. Mass DEP actually issued an order 2020 or 2021 that you can go up to 50 feet.
Oh, 50? Okay.
So again, I'll have to double check our exact distance off, but it's going to be, we'll adjust it to make sure that it meets those conservation requirements.
And then that topology in that area, is it sloped down?
Correct.
Okay. So my only concern with having snow storage there
runoff going
is
down.
runoff because if there is salt and stuff like that, it's gonna run off right into
So
conservation area.
DEP's directive is that it can be within 50 feet of the wetland so long as that 50-foot strip is vegetated. So we'll just ensure, I mean, that is vegetated from that point down the slope. So we'll just ensure that we meet that requirement for the conservation.
Okay.
And then we'll be in line with DEP's directives.
Okay, thanks. Sure.
One question I had is whether we want peer review on the noise, in the sense of have somebody confirm for us that the calculations are good and that considering all, because there's other things like in terms of what kinds of mitigation or attenuation there is because of, shrubbery or trees or whatever, both for the senior center and then also for the Chelmsford Inn. So that was, I don't know if we've done something like that, but in this particular case, because they're gonna be there running, that I thought it would be prudent, because I've never checked calculations like that, so.
I do also want to add that 50 decibel level that we were referencing earlier does not take into account shrubberies, trees, or any landscaping. There's also an existing, I believe it's a stockade fence along the property line to the assisted living facility, so all of that could also dampen and prevent further noise from going over the property line.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to add that information.
Yeah, and 50 is the environmental standard, protection standard for Chelmsford, at that line abutting a residential, so I thought it would be good to confirm that, have somebody, confirm that we're meeting that standard. And whether they had any additional suggestions, like the possibility of additional insulation or something like that.
So you're requesting peer review for the noise?
Yeah.
As well as for the berm or buffer
Just primarily
calculations?
that would be part of the noise thing, because that's part of what somebody does when they assess. They're assessing weather noise levels, the property line. They're doing essentially the same computations, but they're just expert in it, we're not, so that's why I was wondering if we wanted that.
Is this, right,
We hear you.
I have a question. Is the enclosure manufacturer's, the enclosure we're talking about around the vacuum, is it a manufacturer's enclosure that has been tested and has decibel readings they are low?
Yes, so the enclosure for it is specifically for this unit.
Is that a known fact already?
Yeah, so the manufacturer actually provided that it should reduce by 20 decibels. In our calculations, we use 15 just to be conservative. But yes, it is a manufacturer provided equipment.
Isn't this it?
The next page, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah.
You see it, Paul, on the screen?
That's regular conversation, 50 decibel.
I didn't catch that. Can you repeat what you just said, Paul?
I think if they realize that it's no more than 50 decibels, I think you kind of go with that. What are we gonna do? Do a sound study?
I don't think it's.
Yeah, that was my question. Would we do a sound study?
I think we will after if there's an issue.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it
I
strikes
don't
me.
think it.
Strikes me that these decibel levels are low
Yeah.
enough.
That's good.
I'm not worried.
If you could make a little spreadsheet
And
with
it
the calculation.
sounds like willing to add additional sound.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read that.
It's not on this sheet. It's attached to this
Yeah,
the
the
same
operation,
document.
well, the operation notes do go through the calculation, so you do see what they are saying. It's just that I myself don't have any experience in that, and so I know that there's always something that somebody who knows something about it, can usually provide some good assessment of it and potential recommendations if they feel like
So-
there's more that could be done. Or
Evan, I mean, we've only done sound, in my experience, we've done a sound study once when it was like kind of pivotal to the process. And there was a lot of allegation that it was very loud business. Is this something that the town engineers would have the ability to confirm or
No,
not?
I mean, the town owns a sound meter, which means we can test once it's operational. But no, I mean, if the board wants, the town doesn't have any expertise that Joel's referring to.
Yeah.
We could offer something that would be, if the town wanted to test it at some point, and then if we were in violation as a condition of approval or something that we'd have to act to mitigate.
Further mitigate it?
Further
Yeah.
mitigation, we could add a new
That's
fence or
probably-
add additional landscaping.
And that's exactly how it would be handled.
Yeah.
Post-occupancy. If
That works.
if the board wanted to include a condition as part of a soft opening, the inspectors could go out, they could measure it, and then if there's a problem down the line, it gets readjusted.
Perfect. I mean, I'd be comfortable with that. Would you be comfortable with that, Joel?
I mean, I would rather, I mean, obviously I asked for it, so it would still be, I still think it would be prudent to do it. But nonetheless, you know, I yield to I mean, I understand this. The reason I only suggest it is because this seems to be a fairly important thing, you know, potentially as far as generating, a potential for generating noise. But on the other hand, I agree, if you know, given what I've seen, there wouldn't be an expectation that it would be a problem. And I think it was more just to do the due diligence, you know, so that you don't have to deal with it after the fact. That's sort of, I always would rather deal with it before the fact than after the fact. And so that's the only reason I was suggesting it.
What do other people think?
Given the noise levels that are being dealt with, I'm not particularly concerned. I think an after-the-fact solution may be okay. I mean, I don't want to create additional expense for anybody, and this would be a bit of an expense, I think, maybe not warranted.
Mike?
I have no issue with it.
Anita?
They have to meet their town regulations on
Yeah.
decibel.
I think maybe having, I'm more in line with what Joel is. I don't think it would hurt, and I don't think the cost is all that significant.
John?
Do we know, that's what I was gonna ask, is how much, could we get a rough idea of what kind of cost it would be? Then I think we're in a better place to make a decision.
I don't know.
Maybe if we could get that information, and also.
I can look into it.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're thinking the decibel, your estimate is putting the decibel currently at, using conservative measures and using your calculations, you're putting the decibel estimate at,
At 50 at the property line, at the full power of the vacuums, everybody's using it on a Saturday afternoon.
and without the stockade fence.
Correct, without including any landscaping, without including any stockade fence. And in fact, the environmental requirement bumps up on the weekends to, I believe it's 60 decibels, so we'd still be under on a weekend type of scenario.
Yeah. Seems like you'd have to be wrong on a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
I would like to see the cost of the analysis first, because if their estimate is at 50, which is the threshold,
On a weekend when the threshold is 60.
Yeah.
but during the weekdays, the threshold's 50.
Mhm.
And if their estimate is at the threshold, that's very little room for error. So if they were coming in with their estimates at like 20 or 40, and they were wrong, then there's not
some
much.
wiggle.
Yeah, there's some wiggle room, but if they're coming in, their estimates at our threshold, to me, that's a little bit of a
Although
potential
that
concern.
could be, it's clearly you can add buffering and insulation.
It'll
so
be an
that
easy
you-
solution.
That can be dealt with at the time, if it turns out to be the case.
But I think the fact that we're already at the threshold. If there are any errors in the
No, well,
calculations.
that's not
And they-
including the fence buffering and the
And they can always
vegetation
add more.
buffering.
I've actually just been corrected. The weekday threshold is 60. Its weekday night is 50. So the weekday itself, when the car wash, the busiest time of the car wash during the weekday, would be 60, and then it's 50 at night. But again, we're also not including any landscaping or any fencing that could dampen in that calculation. So there is conservative measures. We've taken out 5 decibels of reduction from the enclosure. So we have taken conservative steps to where we arrived at 50.
I would just like to see the cost first before making a decision.
Okay.
The only issue that I would raise with liking to see the cost first, that brings us to the next meeting before we can even make that decision. I'm not trying to rush the board or make the board feel rushed, but at the next meeting we were hoping to have everything wrapped up and able to have a discussion to where we could get to a finish line. That would push us out, and then depending on how long that peer review takes after the next meeting. So I guess I just wanted to throw the timeline
Well, we still
out
have the
there.
architectural discussion to
Correct.
have next meeting, so I'm
And
not
traffic.
sure we would be able to, I mean, we may or may not be able to vote next meeting.
I'm not talking about a vote next meeting. I'm talking about if we vote to have a peer review and that peer review then takes a month to come back, that pushes us out. So if we were to want to engage a peer review, I prefer the earlier the better. That's all.
Okay, so the question is, are we gonna ask for the cost? And on that question, Paul, what is your position? Do you want to see the cost, or do you?
I think you're gonna add more in.
Right.
There's an easy solution. If it makes too much noise, you can put more sound. It shouldn't.
Yeah.
Right. Okay,
The
so you're a
problem,
no.
Which is the vacuum.
So you're a
There's
no.
an easy solution in my mind, doubling what you did.
Okay, so you're a no?
No, I don't think it's a big problem. I don't think it's a problem.
Okay. Joel, you're a yes, correct? You want to know the cost?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't vote, but yeah.
True. Everyone's here, sorry. John?
Yes.
Anita?
Yes.
No.
No?
No.
Yep.
Okay, so we're 4-3. So we'll go without the cost, and we'll go without the analysis, and we'll do the post-build
Yeah, we could just make a
analysis
condition.
and mitigation as needed, with this all as a condition of the permit, soft opening to follow. Okay, I would love to have a motion to,
And make a
continue?
motion to continue this to February 14th.
I'll second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Have a great night.
Take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Now you want a break?
Now.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's take a
We get
3-minute
started
break.
right away. 3 minutes.
And then the fun begins.
Hustle up. You gotta what?
No, no.
But you weren't gonna ask for it.
I was crossing my legs.
Are you ready to roll?
My sales are all at farmers
Hour
markets.
being late.
Yes.
Come on, these people
Let
have
the
been waiting a
rebel-
long
Hour being
time.
late, and you people have waited so long, and I'm so sorry it's so late. But we will now proceed with a new public hearing on Maple Avenue. I have to find my 24 Maple Road, LLC, requesting reuse of an existing 8,780 square foot structure, greenhouse and parking area previously serving as a retail garden center into an outdoor contractor's yard for a tree service company. This project requires a special permit per zoning bylaw section 195.5, permitted uses for outdoor contractor's yard, and a minor site plan per section 195-104G, and any other zoning relief deemed necessary. This site is located in the commercial CB zoning district and is shown as parcel ID map 116, block 463, lot 1, and consists of approximately 1.87 acres.
Good.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Members of the board. For the record, my name is Philip Iliopoulos. I'm an attorney here in Chelmsford. Offices at 9 North Road. Here on behalf of CJ Martel, Christopher Martel, the prospective purchaser of 24 Maple Road. I don't know if Christopher's mother's here. She also works for the business, so I've had a chance to meet her. And our project engineer, Brian Melissi, from Haley Ward. I don't know if Brian's on Zoom. He had a conflicting schedule, so if he's not available, Jonathan Collette from his firm is available, okay? So the site itself is currently about a 1.87 acre site. It's a roadside commercial CB zone district. Has an existing building that's about 8,700 square feet, single-story building with an associated greenhouse. We've probably all been there, I would imagine, right? So you're probably familiar with it. The project itself is not seeking to make any changes to the building, no additions, no modifications, no added lighting. So, really what we're looking to do, the applicant is looking to use the property really as a home to kind of store his vehicles. We do fall within a contractor's yard definition, so that it's an allowable use, but it requires a special permit by this board. With regards to the operation itself, I know the board's had experience with this particular business. This is really his third foray to try to find a home for his business. So, but I just want to kind of touch upon it briefly because I'm sure a lot of public might not kind of understand or have legitimate concerns about what kind of operation is this. So he currently has 10 employees. The way the operation works is you probably had trees cleared at your yard before. They will come to the site. They'll drive to the site in the morning, be provided their job assignment or job assignments, pick up the appropriate vehicles for that site, and then head off to do the work. All the work is done at the property property. Any chipping, any tree cutting, it's not done on site. He's not planning to do it on site. When the day is done, those trucks will return back to the site, and the employees will leave. There is, like there is today, a storage area for mulch, and then also added is a storage area for some of the logs that will be brought in from off-site. Typical hours of operations, the crew usually leaves between 7 and 8 a.m. During the winter, they typically are back between 4 and 5. That could stretch out in the summer months, 5 to 6, 5 to 7. But the tree clearing really can only be done during daylight hours. On the website, there is something that says, 24-hour service. That's a 24-hour call center. So If someone has an emergency, they can call that number. Certainly CJ can go out and see the property, see the situation, but they're not doing tree clearing at night, and we have no problem with the board, putting any kind of restriction that this is not a 24-hour operation. We're not planning on running a 24-hour operation there. I think the three big areas of concern that I've kind of seen the last few days is traffic, I would say lighting and pollution I'll put together, and noise. So I think it would be helpful for Manny's here, the current property owner, to kind of talk through his operation. Because from my perspective, just talking about traffic now, there'll be a significant reduction in traffic at the site than what is happening today. So I'd like if I could have Manny just come up and kind of discuss how his operation functions relating to traffic, number of cars, trucks, et cetera.
Hi, Manny Pagolis, 24 Maple Road. Let's talk about, the safety concerns. Our operation starts from 8 o'clock and to 6. We recently changed it, anticipating a wind down. We open up at 9, but for the last 14 years, it was 8 to 6 during the week. Saturday was 8 to 5, Sunday was shorter hours. Traffic-wise, we do have 18 whalers come in the season. They start at 7 a.m. when the manager comes in. Sometimes they're sitting in the parking lot. Sometimes they arrive at 7:30, and we start unloading. Little dangerous because they're large vehicles. They pull into the school park driveway, the road, and they back across 20 Maple Road into our parking lot. There's been occasions where they hit our building. There was one situation that a trailer truck hit our propane tank. So it is kind of a dangerous situation the way it stands now, but no injuries over the last 14 years. I'll give you a sense of volume. We deal with 20 to 25 distributors. 7 of them, trailer trucks, they come on a weekly basis. And then the others will come on bi-weekly or seasonal. Customer traffic, in season, about 60 cars a day. Out of season, during the winter and fall, roughly about 30 cars a day. And that doesn't include the farmers market. And I'm sure you folks have visited the farmers market. It is pretty busy. It fills up our parking lot as well as the school's parking lot, down the road into their parking. So there's a lot of traffic. That would all go away if this proposal is approved. Also, we do mulch deliveries. From April through June is our busy time. We're talking 20 to 25 deliveries of our truck, and that's 50 trips in and out, in and out, in and out. And we're rushing. We're trying to stay within our schedule, right? So we're pushing. So that's a little concern. What else can I tell you? And then if you wanted to, I don't know if you want to get into environmental, I heard this talk about environmental concerns. One thing that we have on the premises is bagged fertilizer. They rip, so forth. That's an environmental concern, I would think. And the other is that our mulch, we have anywhere from 300 to 400 yards of mulch during our season, which, may be a concern. And then the diesel engines, when we're unloading, it takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours to unload a truck. Those engines are idling. They don't shut them down. They're idling. So that's a concern. So, I've been hearing a lot of noise about environmental safety. I think this is an improvement to what we have there now. And we're retiring. We've been there for 14 years. We're heartbroken. We're torn. to have this business going for 14 years, but, it's time for us to retire. My wife started the farmer's market 14 years ago. She doesn't want to let it go. She enjoyed doing it for 14 years, but it's just time for us to retire. Luckily, the farmer's market, some businesses have already approached us. They want to kind of transfer it over to their location, so that's a plus. So that will continue on. But for us, it's time to go. I've been hearing, questions, why couldn't you sell the business as is? It's hard. Well, you know how it is. Retail stores are hard to run these days, especially that business. We're isolated. There's no foot traffic. It's destination. It's there. It was originally put there to support the farmers. There's no farms anymore, right? So, and if you go back to when I first bought the store, the person that I bought it for had originally 4 stores. He sold one to me. He had 3. He ended up going bankrupt. He filed for bankruptcy 4 years ago. Agway, the distributor, doesn't exist anymore. They're gone. There's an Agway in Gardner. Took 3 years for him to sell it, and he sold it for a discount. So it's just time that it's not a viable business right now. It really isn't. It's time to kind of move on. What else can I tell you? There was an Agway down in the South Shore. They're talking about closing in April and turning into a brewery. So the signals are there. It's not a viable business anymore. It's time to just move on and use the location for something else that's more viable. The building, if you look at the building, it's old. It's tired. It needs somebody that has a lot of capital to make it lively again. And I think CJ can do that. Just my thoughts. Okay, any questions? No.
So I think it was just helpful really to focus mainly on the traffic piece. You're going to have significantly less trips coming in and out of there. With regards to, I talked a little bit about lighting, environmental, there's not going to be, this is not an auto repair place. This is not a vehicle repair place. This is not a junk storage, no junk storage, no waste dumpsters. We need to put some a location for snow storage for our own snow on the site. That's something that engineering wants. But that would just be for our snow. We're not going to store anything on the site outside of that. Obviously, there'd be no more fertilizer on the site. He would like to do, probably use the interior, kind of retrofit the back of the building, which has a nice interior bay. Probably do some type of, washing there, and he'd be required with the Board of Health to include the proper, floor drains for that type of system, so that's all an enclosed system. So, that's something that, would probably be something we'd incorporate into the project. With regards to noise, I think it's very understandable that there's concerns with noise. The abutters have raised, concerns. I understand those concerns. I'm not, I think the best thing we can do for everybody is to have a site visit, maybe this Saturday if the board's available. CJ can bring his crane there, 3 or 4 of his largest pieces of equipment there. Let's start them up and let's see what the noise is like. I think, to me, it's a much more fruitful exercise than me telling you noise isn't going to be an issue. Neighbors having a legitimate concern about noise because they don't know what the operation sounds like. So I think that might be a long way of just flushing it out. And so we're willing to do that. Manny's willing to allow us access to the property. We could do it before the farmer's market opens at 9. We could do it at 2 and the farmer's market's gone, depending on the board's availability. And like I said, CJ can bring one of his cranes vehicles, which are the biggest ones, and a couple of the other, 2 or 3 of the other biggest vehicles, and we'll see what the noise is like. And I think that will tell the tale. And I can't tell you how it'll sound, how it'll turn out, but I think that will certainly, put the issue right there. So that's something I'd be requesting from the board, if they're so willing, and we can kind of, because I just think, for me to try to flush out the noise issue, and I don't want to tell a neighbor that they they have no right to be concerned about that. So I think that might be the approach that would make the most sense. So I think those are some of the areas that, again, I know you've heard from CJ, you kind of understand the operation. I kind of wanted to just get it out there because there's obviously a legitimate unknown about this operation. So that's why I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about it. Brian, are you or Jonathan on the call?
Jonathan is.
Jonathan is. So I've got Jonathan here. Again, we're not really proposing any site modifications per se, but he's here to maybe answer some questions you may have about the site if the board has any.
And who's Jonathan?
Jonathan's the engineer. He works with Brian Melissi. Brian was at another
Oh, right,
meeting,
right,
and
right.
so
You said
it's
that.
kind of covering for him.
And I can just start. Jonathan Collette here from Haley Ward. I can just add that as far as engineering goes, we're proposing to use the existing water and sewer services as well as the existing drainage structures that are currently out there. And it's my understanding that Brian is working with the DPW to make sure that all of these existing services and structures are adequate.
Does anyone have any questions on the board, from the board for either Phil or Jonathan, or I presume CJ? I'm gonna start with you, John.
I guess this may be down the road at a future hearing, but, hearing some of the concerns certainly in knowing that area with the large 18-wheelers backing in, how would it be different with this equipment? Maybe we'll get a better understanding on a future site visit, but just if the presenter could describe how the larger cranes and larger trucks would be handled differently.
Yeah, well, I can have CJ come up and talk a little bit about how the vehicles could enter and exit the site. Brian's looked at it too, and CJ can speak to whether they can pull in without what an 18-wheel is doing currently, backing into Byam School.
How you doing? So I don't own any 18-wheelers. So there won't be any 18-wheelers that will be pulling in there on my behalf. I don't have any to pull in if I wanted to. All of my trucks are, some of them are very big, but I guess you could say small enough where they don't have to pull into the school driveway and then back into the property. They can simply drive in and they can turn around and do whatever they need to do once they're already inside the property.
Mm-hmm. What are the dimensions of your, say, biggest trucks vis-a-vis an 18-wheeler?
The biggest ones are about 40 feet long, the cranes.
And the 18-wheelers, how long? I'm sorry, excuse my ignorance.
I
have no
think
idea.
your typical, just the trailer of a tractor trailer is going to be 53 feet. And then you got the truck itself, another 20 feet, so roughly 65 feet. And that has to make a 3-point turn in there and back across that road, kind of blind with no spotters. Our trucks can just pull in.
And you have how many trucks?
About a dozen. And some trailers.
And how many, and some trailers?
Yeah, like trailers, like to carry equipment, like something the size of like a sit-down lawnmower, for example, goes on the trailer, and the truck pulls the trailer. So.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And how many trucks did you have, say, 2 or 3 years ago?
Maybe like 8 to 10, I guess. Yeah. I think last year the only 2 new pieces of equipment that I bought, I had sold a couple of older trucks also. I try to go out with the old and in with the new.
Mm-hmm.
So
CJ, on the last property that you looked at, you mentioned that there would only be a certain number of trucks there, and that you had parked a number of other trucks, I think, in Billerica?
Yeah.
Would you be bringing those trucks from Billerica to this site now and compiling everything
yeah,
to
the
one site?
property is big enough. There's no reason for me to keep the rent over there in Billerica. And, that was sort of a compromise that I was willing to make in that situation because the property was a lot smaller and the people were, in outrage about the cranes in particular. So I kind of reluctantly agreed to say, okay, I'll leave the couple cranes in Billerica. But at this point, no, for a property this size, and there's indoor space for the cranes as of right now, there'd be no reason for me to, be a tenant anywhere else.
So the cranes the cranes you could put in the space?
Yeah, I believe probably as of right now, I think I can fit 2 of them in there, 2 of the 3 cranes.
Because when I think of cranes, I think of the big thing up.
Yeah, well, they're like
So it could come
fully
down.
erected, if you will. But
compress.
if you see it,
On site, they would be fully.
yeah, when they're driving down the road and driving down the road configuration, it just looks like it looks like a truck. Looks like a truck with the much more retracted boom that sits on it, and when it gets to a job, it can unfold itself and turn into the big thing that you're picturing in your head,
Okay.
Like a transformer.
if you will. Yeah. I'm not going to be doing any chipping or sawing at the site. I think there's a huge misunderstanding for a lot of the abutters that exactly what it is that I do. And as Phil had touched on in the beginning, our business, our business is working at people's properties, at their residential properties. If I have guys, trucks, any sort of personnel at the shop during the day, they're just costing me money. There's nothing to do there. The money is made, the work is done off-site, Westford, Chelmsford, Tewksbury, Burlington. So 8 to 10 hours a day, the property is going to be vacant.
So and coming out of the facility, looking at Byam, you're going to turn right. Will you be turning left?
Yeah.
So
of course.
so you're going to head down. You'll head down towards 110 that way, or you're going to go down 27, right?
I mean, it depends where the job is,
Well, I mean, it's just a tight site there, and you
I-
only on your
I don't-
turning
I don't,
radius.
I don't see any. It is for many of the trucks that I own, whether I go left or right. It's a non-issue for any of the equipment that I own.
Well, your engineers only submitted one turn on the radius, and that's
Okay.
turning right. So they didn't
Does he
turn
have
one.
a reason for that?
That was for I think the fire department truck, they were just trying to show the radius for the fire department.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But we can, so that was more just to satisfy the fire department's criteria. So they would be coming probably from, obviously, 27 down Maple, pulling into the street.
Okay.
And then pulling back out that same way.
Actually, that was one of my questions, is can we see a turning radius diagram for the crane?
Yeah, so if we do a site visit, we can actually pull the
Yeah.
crane vehicle, we'll bring the big crane.
Yeah.
We can actually pull the vehicle out and show you how it takes a turn both ways.
Well, that'd be helpful too, but I'm saying on the plans.
Yeah,
you
I
know.
mean they're pretty it's a specialty piece of equipment for sure. There's not really others like it in the sense where it has every single tire on the crane can actually steer. So I'm sure there's going to be no engineering figure for something exactly like this. Like when I say this, my pickup truck has a similar turning radius as one of these big cranes because the big crane can go into an all-wheel steer mode where, the rear tires turn right and the front axle turns left. It's incredible what the steering radius of it is. Yeah.
You mentioned you have 3 cranes and 2 could fit inside, but you've got space for 4 cranes in the lot.
If the engineer just kind of configured some of the trucks parking outside, maybe that's just to show that they could be outside, sort of thing. But there is a space in the far back of the building. There's this huge kind of almost looks like a big detached barn that the train used to come up when there was a train there, and it would actually stop and they would load hay bales or whatever into the train from this large building that I'm talking about.
Okay.
And it might be that the engineer, we can clarify it, is saying that the crane will take up 4 spaces.
No, what are you saying? So you got 4 different spaces, each containing a crane?
No, they're regular parking spaces, but he's sort of, I think, indicating, and maybe.
I mean, the width of them, they're only about, they're less than 9 feet wide. I mean, there's no exclusions, as to driving them around certain neighborhoods or any of that sort of things. I mean, they get an inspection sticker just like your car does, so it's nothing really other than the fact that, I guess it's a crane. It's, I guess, not as unusual as,
And to bring these cranes into the building, you wouldn't need to do any modifications to the building?
No.
Okay.
No. Not the rear building.
Right.
The front building is retail, it's too small. The rear building I'm referring to, as of now, no.
Okay. And the parking lot, is that partially paved? And then there's
Yeah, I
dirt
believe
towards
so.
the back, I think?
Manny might know a little better, the current owner, just because, so the front over there for the employee parking, that's all paved. And the space that shows the concrete bins and this and that, it probably is paved below that, but there's just kind of debris. Yeah, there's just debris and stuff that cover it from the mulch and whatnot. But yeah, so that's all asphalt there.
But if I remember correctly from the last time I was there, I think the back part seems
dirt.
to be dirt.
Dirt, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we're not seeking to go further back or change the rear at all in terms of going further back into it's a pretty deep lot, but we're not going back there at all.
Okay.
But the part that the crane would drive on to get into that back, I've never been around to the back, that's all paved?
Yeah. I don't have a screen closer to me. No, excuse me. Sorry.
That's all paved back there.
Yeah, it's all paved right here, and there's 2 doors here. So can go in through here and drive straight in, kind of parallel park like this, either of them, 2 of them side by side.
What would you use the greenhouse for if you're gonna keep that?
I don't know. Not as a greenhouse, so not to grow plants and whatnot.
Are you looking at the store part of the facility? Are you looking to turn that into the garage too? And is that what the trucks are gonna go swing into there? from
No, the
backside?
greenhouse is too short. I mean, maybe, you could put some tarps in there or, miscellaneous things like that, but it's really no place for equipment.
Okay.
The repair shop thing, mechanic, I think there've been some letters, some concern about that. I mean, I'm not a repair shop, I'm not a mechanic. Anything kind of over my head, which is pretty much anything beyond putting air in a tire, I have other people do my work. I'm a tree guy. If I'm not cutting trees, I'm wasting my time. So we're not going to be doing mechanical jobs, and certainly wouldn't be doing mechanical jobs for like other people. Kind of, I thought somebody was under the impression that we were going to be open for business, like as a repair shop as well.
If the cranes need repairs, would you be having
I don't work
someone-
on the cranes.
No, but
myself.
if they do need repairs, do you have them off?
There's a place right in Chelmsford, Flaherty Equipment. He's right in Chelmsford. I think what's that by 110 or whatever.
But would you
he's
bring
my
the
crane
cranes to
mechanic.
them,
That's
or would
correct.
they
Yeah,
come
he's got
to
his
you?
own. No, he's got his own yard there. I bring the cranes to him. Yeah.
So you're anticipating having, something between 20 and 25 outbound and inbound trips a day in the high season, is that right?
Well, I mean, I guess you say if 10 trucks left in the morning, there's 10. If they come back at night, 20. So roughly that. Yeah, that's what you meant, right?
Yep.
Yep.
And what about night work?
He already said it. I mean, somebody calls me at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. You guys have heard me say this before too. Last time I was here.
But they might not have.
Is it? I know. So, and I understand that. If there's a tree that falls in someone's house, car, shed, fence, whatever, I get the call. Sometimes, this is like once a month. I get a call at the wee hours of the night. If it sounds really bad, I'll get out right then and there and go look at it, talk to the person, and then that's usually the first job we do in the morning. If it sounds like it can wait, I'm not eager to jump out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning because station wagon is blocked in. That can usually wait. But if they kind of pry enough, or if it sounds bad enough, I will get up go out in my pickup truck and go look at it. So it's not a 24-hour tree cutting operation by any means.
All right, does anyone else have any questions for them? All right, I think I would like to open this up to the public.
Half an hour.
And we're gonna limit to half an hour. I'm sorry, we just cannot go past that tonight, but we will
I
be.
have a question.
Name and
Sorry
address.
for jumping the gun earlier, but.
No, name and address, please, sir. If you
I had
could
a question,
identify
but-
yourself, sir, with your name and address.
Oh, sorry. Dick Sheehan, 39 Maple Road, 300 or 400 feet from the intersection. But one question I thought of while he was talking here was that will the retail building, the Maxwell building currently now, will that come down? I didn't hear an answer to that.
No, no change to the building at all.
That stays. What will that become?
Their plan right now is just to use it kind of as offices. There's no retail component, no customers coming to the site, no selling any of the stuff that Maxwell sold. So we'd keep the existing building, use the front for his offices, but not really, don't really have much of a use for it.
Okay. Well, the problem I had with this basically boils down to traffic, and that neighborhood is really thickly settled, and it seems inappropriate to have that kind of traffic going through that intersection. You've got the Byam driveway where parents are going in and out picking up the kids, the buses are going in and out, and it seems to add another big dimension of traffic at that intersection that just seems to me to be inappropriate. Tree service, as we know, is a year-round operation. There's noise, congestion. Like he said, they start early and they end late. So it's you can expect some traffic there probably any time of the day. And so obviously I'm not in favor of allowing an extension to the zoning or a change to the zoning law to allow them to buy that property for those reasons. I'm sure there are others have comments they want to make. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deborah Nagan Lee. I live at 54 Maple Road, just up the street from Maxwell's. And I had a statement I wanted to read, but first I wanted to address what the current owner from Maxwell said, which I thought was an exact argument why this should not go there. He was talking about why the problems that are there with trucks already. I don't see why there has to be a business there with trucks. I don't see why we couldn't have a business there that didn't have so many cars going in and out, or trucks especially. Why do we have to have any environmental hazards there? Like currently there's environmental hazards there. There'll be diesel gas, there will be other things from the truck. So I don't see why we have to have any environmental hazards there. Also, the owner of Maxwell's, with all due respect, pointed out that it's a very isolated area. There's not a lot of commercial businesses there, which is exactly why the neighborhood doesn't want this there. Why should there be more industrial business there? One thing I was curious about when you were talking about your trucks was,
Excuse me.
what about the trucks that carry logs?
Excuse me, you have to address us.
Oh, I'm sorry. What about the trucks that carry the logs? I don't know how, logs can be very long, so I don't know how big those trucks are. Can that be answered or no?
He can answer it later.
Okay.
He's not going to answer it right now.
Okay. So I went to Byam the other day. I live right up the street from Byam. I actually sat in the Agway parking lot and watched at school dismissal time. And I saw several near misses as buses are trying to get in. Cars are coming, both Maple is blind to cars coming down Parkerville. I live on Maple. When you're coming down there and you're at the stop sign, it's already hard to see people. I've had many near misses myself where I pull out and I didn't see somebody coming. You have people coming and going from Byam, and I can tell you, my children are now 26 and 24, and the traffic has increased because since the pandemic, a lot more parents drive there to pick up and drop off. I don't know how it's related to the pandemic, but I see a lot more traffic. Sometimes there's lines of traffic on Maple Road for pickup and drop off, and introducing more cars to that. Just at the time I was there, I saw 2 near misses of accidents, one with a bus, and I saw a lot of congestion where no one could move, almost like a gridlock situation. So I think adding more traffic to that area is not a good situation. I don't know. I mean, he's addressed the noise issue, so I think having a test run would be a good thing. I was going to talk about that, but I think we all need to see what that would be like. They're not going to have any industrial wood chippers there or other power tools in sight. There won't be any chainsaws or anything like that. My other concern is pedestrians. Just last year, somebody was med-flighted off the crosswalk. They were crossing the crosswalk and got hit by a car right there outside of Agway. In the warmer months, there's pedestrians everywhere. People park at Byam when it's not school hours to use the rail trail. People park at Red Wing Farm. And there's people crossing the street everywhere, not just on the crosswalk. This is going to add more danger to that situation. I would just like to say one other thing, which is I moved to the area. I've lived there for 25 years. When I moved there in 1999, I was pregnant and I had a 2-year-old. And the town was saying they were going to put sidewalks in imminently. There's still no sidewalks. My kids are now 26 and 24, as I said earlier. And as I said previously, the pedestrians, there's nowhere for people to get out of the street. So people are on the street all the time. And adding more car traffic there is not going to be a good thing. So I ask the board to please consider not rezoning the area because it's only going to add congestion, noise, and additional traffic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Susan Hickson, 30 Maple Road. I have a lot of the same concerns that Deb just expressed. One big one is safety that no one has really explicitly addressed. Not only are there no sidewalks, Maple Road coming out of Maxwell's or Agway, when you turn left, is exceptionally narrow to the point that typical passenger cars, two-way traffic, it's very, very difficult. Our mailbox is constantly being knocked down because when cars are going opposite each other, they have to pull up onto property because there is no shoulder, there is simply no room. Buses have collided because they've been going down up at the same time. They've collided with mirrors. It poses a treacherous safety issue at best. With the bike path, with Hart Pond, with Kate's Corner, the number of pedestrians and cyclists are significant. And to add trucks of that size that he has talked about is a real danger. And again, just to reiterate what the gentleman said earlier tonight, one injury is too much. And I think you're really jeopardizing that safety issue here. Not to mention turning left out of Agway, also on Parkerville, there are no sidewalks either. So anyone that is trying to cross over to get to the bike path, there's no crosswalk. There's no safe way to cross. That safety is my big issue. In addition to losing the character of what has been labeled with the signage, Historic South Chelmsford Village. This certainly does not fit with the character of that. So I vehemently oppose this business moving in there. So, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edgar A. Turner Jr. I live at 8 Parkerville Road. I am right next door to the old Agway and the assuming business wanting to purchase from Maxwell. In doing so, I have been a property owner directly abutting Maxwell's and Agway since 2007. I first moved in. It was because the property was commercial. The other reason was it was agricultural. I practiced farming. Excuse me. The issues at hand with the business of Maxwell's Farm and Garden and the entering business Martel Crane and tree removal creates increased safety concerns and issues for the area, already stressed by traffic. Dangers arise in objectionable noise and an increase in air, ground, and water pollution from large capacity equipment that uses and exists through emissions, chemical toxin leaks, oils, hydraulic fluids, transmission fluids, etc. from the equipment pieces being used, on or off-site. Of the particular style of business, it's inappropriate for the area. Why? Because in the past, even the drainage issues out in front of the present Maxwell's or the old Agway doesn't handle downpours. It just doesn't. And I don't care what studies they have done, I have seen it flood. I've seen it stay flooded for days. And the runoff goes into my backyard. Now, they say leaching fields, and I'm going to tell you something right now. Where do you think all of that ends up? If it leaches into the ground, and then more rain comes along a month later, 2 weeks later, a day later, it helps wash it further down towards Hot Pond. I also have a really personal big issue with not being able to see out of my driveway properly, exiting my property. They have built since October a mulch pile at the very corner of where the cement blocks come in that were housing all the mulches. In the past, they used to get rid of it all. I don't know where it went. It was none of my business. They got rid of it. They didn't ever pile it outside of the bins and at the very corner of my driveway area. So presently, with the height of it, sitting in my vehicle, I tested coming out my driveway, and I didn't bring, I left my phone in my truck, but, and I forgot to make pictures. But you can't make a left-hand turn onto Parkerville to go to CVS for me to get my meds. And that's at least once a week. You know, I know that's not much, but there are other things I do in the local area too that I have to do. Doctor appointments, whatever. But it still impedes, the pile impedes the safe line of sight to oncoming traffic coming from Red Wing area, going past and going up Parkerville. For me to take a left-hand turn outside of my driveway, I can't see them. Can't see them at all. If I nose my vehicle out, I'm gonna take up, in order to see, because I've tested that too and took a picture, that I'm now right blocking incoming traffic from Westford into Chelmsford, into the Byram Village. And believe me, people coming up over that hill, they don't know you're there. And a lot of times, way over the speed limit. And that's a problem. And it's existed a long time. I have complained before, and the police sit down there and they'll watch, and then they'll go away for like a month, and then come back again maybe a month later. But it hasn't resolved the issue with speeders and people coming up over that hill, which is only like my house, my property, and then the hill. That's where it lies. So imagine less than 150 feet, you got someone doing 35, 45, up over the hill, you're coming out your driveway. I don't know how many times I've had to throw it in reverse so I wouldn't get killed or very injured. I know I'm being a little bit dramatic, but it's the truth, and it's a fact. The other thing is, even if they were to remove the mulch piles, I see on the drawing where they have the cranes situated along the fence line on Parkerville side, up against the fence area that the mulch pile is also depicted as. And
Sir, can you wrap it up, please? I'm
Yes.
sorry, we're trying to keep people to 3 minutes so that the long line of people behind you also gets a chance to speak.
yes, I'm
Thank
in a
you.
butter. And I'm
Okay.
trying my best.
That's
and I am
perfect.
trying to get through this. Maybe you don't want to hear it.
No, I'm
Okay,
trying to
thank
let
you.
everyone have a chance.
Yes, I want to too. And I'm trying not to take long. The replacement, say they take out that mulch pile for the drawing's sake, okay? And to help me, with my issue of not being able to see. Crane trucks are positioned just beyond those. Those crane trucks are not small as far as height goes. Everyone's been talking about length, but they're not talking about height. It still impedes my view of exiting my driveway and taking a left. It can't be. And as far as I'm concerned, whenever I see a drawing that's defined and labeled, that's what they're asking for. Nothing less, nothing more, but that is what they're asking for. I don't care who the engineer was, they didn't take in consideration the local community. I'll thank you, and
Thank you, sir.
I'll,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job.
Hi, Bob Morse, 19 Maple Road, and thank you for your job. I was up with you folks for a dozen years in the past. My problem with this plan is that it pays no attention to zoning bylaw for buffers, landscaping. They're just moving into the existing lot and making do with it. And it's a change of use. It's a change from retail to a contractor's yard. So I think you get a new bite at the apple in terms of looking at it. It's being viewed as a minor site plan, and I guess the question would be, why is it a minor site plan? I count 40 parking spaces on the plan up there. If I was a direct abutter, I would want to see some buffering, some landscaping shielding me from the contractor's yard. And this applicant is a very nice guy and presents it as a nice use, but it's going to be a contractor's yard for the future if it's approved, and there could be changes. There could be another contractor coming in with doing repairs on site and making a lot of noise. So I think it has to be viewed in that aspect of the change of use for the future and for other applicants, well, if it became a contractor's yard, it wouldn't necessarily become in front of the planning board for another contractor coming in. So that's what I would urge is to look at this as a change of use and to make sure that the adequate buffers and landscaping is put in to shield it from adjacent abutters. Thanks.
We could condition it, couldn't we, to only be for this particular?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Seamus. Thanks, you guys. And I live at 33 Slay Road in Chelmsford. Thank you all for your patience this evening and bearing with us. I'm here tonight to speak against this change in permitting. Thank you very much to the last speaker for making the point that this isn't just a change for now, this is a change for the future. This change could potentially, I don't know what would go in here if Mr. Martell, for instance, down the road chose to sell this and the permitting had been changed. I have three real core reasons, though, why I'm opposed to this. The first is the ability of the South Chelmsford, the greater Hart Pond community, to actually have a community and to have a feeling of community. Two, the ability of this area to attract people who want to live here. And three, the perception of safety. In terms of that first point, the sense of community, Chris, I met you a couple of weeks ago at the Winters Fair Farmers Market. Joel, I think I met you also, right? And I've recognized a number of people here in the room tonight who I met at the farmers market. To the owners of Maxwell's now, I'm very sympathetic to your desire to sell your property and retire. I completely understand that. If we were talking about a petting zoo, if we were talking about a bookstore, a restaurant, condos, I'd probably be up here supporting that. I'm specifically opposed to taking what is really one of the very few spaces in South Chelmsford where people can gather and meet each other and turning it into a parking lot. Turning it into a parking lot, by the way, that when I have my daughter, she's starting to buy in this fall, I am anticipating when I bought my house in this area, I felt like I had gotten really lucky. I felt like I had found some place out in the country that actually had a great places that I could walk to from my home. So I had everything that I was looking for at a reasonable price. I felt like I really had figured something out by buying the property where I did. And I'd really just regret if if my family lost the ability to walk down to Maxwell's, to the farmer's market, cross across that parking lot, go to Byam, where we have done that, to go to the playground there. I think we would lose that. I wouldn't expect Mr. Martell, and I'm very sympathetic to Mr. Martell in wanting to find a place for his business. I get it, but this is not the right place for that. I think, I wouldn't necessarily think that I'd be able to walk across that property anymore, which is right now just a parking lot, when it's not the farmer's market, to go to Byam with my daughter. I might not even be really willing to let my daughter go there by herself when she gets a little bit older. I probably would feel a little off-putting about that. Around school hours also, I think I would recommend to this group that you assess the traffic and how it intersects with school hours. I think I heard Mr. Martell saying that he leaves between 7 and 8 a lot. That's pretty much exactly when school drop-off happens. So I think it's going to actually be pretty difficult traffic situation, and I think it's probably worth assessing that directly. So that's really the community sense. In terms of the appeal, I think I've made out a few points now of why I think it would really reduce the appeal of the community, why I might have been a little bit less likely to buy here in this particular neighborhood if this hadn't been there. And then three, the perception of safety. I think you're hearing a lot of that, right? You're hearing people are concerned about safety. I think, again, the point around the hours that schools drop-offs are happening, in particular with a lot of little kids, is a big issue. So for those three core reasons, being very sympathetic to Mr. Martell, very sympathetic and appreciative, honestly, to the owners of Maxwell's for the great place that they have, I still oppose this. And the fourth point from the last speaker of the future use, I'm just pretty nervous about what goes in the future. Thank you all. Appreciate your time tonight, and thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Carries. Hello. I live at 10 Park River Road, which means that this property will be my backyard in the near future, if it passes. Hopefully it doesn't. I'm opposed, but with that said, I applaud, I know I can't look at them, but Martell for having a successful business and a growing business. We love small business. We have a small business in town. We appreciate these businesses, absolutely. With that said, that's kind of why I'm concerned. We know they're going to expand. And so some of this area here that's not currently developed, we can only anticipate that that will be developed in the future. I'm already seeing a dumpster in my backyard. You didn't like the car wash that was lime green. I don't really want cranes in my backyard, and we know that that's coming. It might be 3 cranes today, but they're a growing, successful business. Again, we applaud them. This is going to expand, and it's going to expand closer and closer to Hart Pond. I don't want to see that happen. That's why I bought in this area, because this Maxwell's, Hart Pond, Red Wing, Byam were in the area, and that's what I wanted in that area. And now we're going to get what you know, if you've driven down some of these other areas like Oak Street, it's not the prettiest thing to look at, and that's what we're bringing into this area. I don't understand why we were even discussing it. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, my name is Lucian Lebrec. I live on 5 Garrison Road, Chelmsford. And I want to thank my neighbors and friends who have come up bravely and expressed their feelings, and all made very, very good points. Deb made a great point from the beginning. Why even have all these cranes here? Why rezone it? So obviously, I'm opposed to the outdoor contractor's yard. The land reuse requires a special permit. We should not have the special permit. And so a couple points. The legal representative from Martel said right off the bat, oh, what we do is we get our business started at 7 to 8 a.m. Well, like someone else said, that's when school drop-off is happening, right? So, and I mentioned that for one reason. If you do want to do an on-site visit, maybe the on-site visit should be Monday or Friday morning at 7 to 8 with all the cranes there trying to come out of the property at 24 Maple while the buses are trying to go in to buy them. So that would be a real good site visit right there to actually see what would happen during the hours of operation. There's a couple other points, like they said, oh, so this, I just read on the map here that it's 8,000 square feet is the current Agway Maxwell building. 8,000 square feet. They have 10 employees. I mean, don't we wish we all had 3,000 square feet each for our working space? And and as they said, Martel said, oh, we don't want people on the property. We want them on the site. Well, why would you have such a huge building? Why would you pay rent on such a huge building and taxes on that huge building? Just doesn't make sense. Another point is, okay, these cranes, they were described as approximately 9 feet wide, right? So think about your car. That's significantly wider than any truck, even a 18-wheeler. It's much wider than an 18-wheeler. And we have narrow roads, so I'd ask that there be a traffic study be done, right? And that can be done, but it doesn't have to be, because we can say, no, this isn't going to happen. We all know if there's a traffic study, they're going to say no way that the big cranes, trucks should be driving on that road. That's pretty obvious, but we could do that traffic study if needed. The other point about noise, right, and just like having no noise at all is ridiculous. So, like many of you, you probably had trees removed on your property, right? When I had some huge pines removed on my property, they did not chip the pines on my property. They took them away on huge 18-wheelers and then brought them to a outdoor contractor's yard, right? So not everything is chipped at a person's property, especially if it's really big. It just doesn't happen. And if you wanted, for comparison, for everyone to know, right, we do have outdoor contractor yards in Chelmsford, right? And what is it, Chelmsford Tree? So if you go to Chelmsford Tree, you know that there's huge logs there, that they have huge chippers there, that they have huge, and so why would we expect like Chelmsford Lumber to be so much different than Martel Lumberyard? We wouldn't. They're the same business, the same operation, right? And so we could go, so one study, you could go over to Chelmsford it's not called Chelmsford lumber. What is it called? It's
Community.
thank you, community tree. And you can do a noise study, right? The noise study is you had a threshold of 50 decibels for a car wash, right? You can go over to Chelmsford Community Tree. There'll be 90 decibels, right? And that's not what I'm saying. That's what the CDC says on their website, that the typical contractor's yard is way, way above your threshold for decibels, right? And we can't expect anything different here. Let's see. I don't know. So I probably have some more things to say, but I'll wrap it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vivian Merrill. I'm at 23 Maple Road. I am directly across the street from the front of this building, and I'm probably going to swim against the tide and say a lot of these problems that everybody has described are accurate. They are pre-existing. The flooding that was discussed earlier has more or less been treated and addressed, because I haven't seen that kind of flooding in about 3 or 4 years. It used to happen. We do have a lot of traffic. We do have a lot of noise. I think it's a great idea about the site visit. I think that would be very telling. My one question was, where would the tree debris go? Because it usually isn't handled on site, and it's got to be stored somewhere. A few people have referred to South Chelmsford as a village. Because of the people and the traffic and the buses and the fire trucks and the flashing lights and everything, I don't really consider it a village. It hasn't been a village in a long time. It has been noisy for a very long time. We've just gotten used to it. It's a contractor's yard, but it's still a quasi-agricultural business. I guess I would like to have a little more information about what kind of vehicles will be stored out front, because I don't think there's enough space out back for every single vehicle. It's probably going to be more than employees' cars, so, a little more information about that would be great. As far as the comment about having a community feel, because we had the farmers market and we had the retail aspect and people did go in and out of there. I mean, you can't get into Lockheed Martin and nobody's jumping up and down about that. This is kind of the same thing. It's a business doing business at a location. As far as the cranes go, I haven't seen these cranes. They sound a lot smaller than what I'm used to seeing outside the Verizon buildings in downtown Lowell. So that's a good thing, I guess, if you could fit them in a building. Lockheed Martin does routine roof maintenance, and they have cranes there regularly, and they don't make a lot of noise, or at least I'm not in tune to it. So, I mean, I get it. The timing of when these trucks leave and when the school traffic comes in and out is going to be crucial. There is a very fine line there. I don't know how you're going to address that. I don't know. It's a small business trying to use their property the way they see fit, and it just seems like, I don't know. It's always been noisy. We're not changing all that much. So that's my 2 cents. And if I can get a little more information, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Arroway, 65 Littleton Road. I'm not an abutter. I am a previous member of this board. And where some of you have a hot button around warehouses and the traffic associated with them, I have a hot button about outdoor contractor yards.
About what, Nancy?
Outdoor contractor yards. So, our town was originally very agricultural, but over the centuries, that's changed. We're now a bedroom community. As such, our zoning, the whole zoning code is designed to protect neighborhoods. And we've talked about that before. That we really are here to protect the people of the town, the people that live in the town. In our zoning, we permit light industrial, light manufacturing, but we don't permit heavy manufacturing. The difference between the two is defined as perceivable noise, odors, heat, glare, or vibrations outside the building for heavy, and no perceivable for light. We just, even in an industrial environment in our town, for manufacturing facilities, we do not permit, period, obtrusions outside. We also prohibit storage of materials outside the buildings. Now, there's one industrial use that does indeed allow external storage, and that's our outdoor contractor yards. But where the rest of those industrial uses are permitted by right in industrial areas, outdoor contractor yards require a special permit to evaluate the impact on the surrounding area, even when it's in the middle of an industrial area, because it has so much impact on the area around it. The definition of an outdoor contractor yard: any portion of a premises used by a building, landscaping, or construction professional for the outdoor storage of heavy equipment, materials, supplies, fabrication, and subassemblies. An accessory office is permitted. So this is all outdoor stuff. If you look just up the street here at the corner of Treble Cove, you've got an outdoor contractor yard. If you go up 129 a little farther, you've got a much larger one. Now, I haven't talked to anybody that's made comments about either one of those that doesn't consider them an eyesore. And we're now looking at putting one inside a neighborhood in a spot-zoned property that is contingent to houses, school, historical structures and parks, the church. Landscaping businesses are integral to our neighborhood. As our community is becoming higher and higher priced, we have more and more of our properties that use landscaping services. They have to go someplace. But our zoning protects our neighborhoods from that outdoor interference. These uses need to be embedded inside IA or CB zones, not on the periphery of them where they're contingent with residential properties and residential zoning. And the special permit gives you the ability to decide where it can go and where it can't. So how is an outdoor contractor yard different than a nursery, a retail nursery? In the case of the retail nursery, you've got a lot of traffic going in and out. It's all residential traffic. It's all cars. In the case of a contractor yard, it's large equipment. And this is the same large equipment that we specifically prohibited from being stored at a home business because we didn't want it in our neighborhoods. So I have 3 asks. One is to consider the protection of the neighborhood from the impacts of an outdoor storage and activities that could evolve on this site, because we all know how much enforcement there is of changes once a permit is provided. Consider the future impacts of what could be done under that permit as this business grows, as they sell that business, anything that comes under the definition of the outdoor contractor yard is not going to be flagged by the building inspector, by Board of Health. At best, it becomes a bone of contention in the neighborhood. Maybe they call somebody for enforcement and get about as much impact as we heard from the owner of Maxwell's in terms of violations and enforcements. And consider taking regulatory action to succinctly differentiate a nursery from a contractor yard. One is retail sales, the other is an industrial application. So my talk is not about how does it feel in the neighborhood. It's about zoning and the responsibilities of this board toward that zoning. We heard the owner talk about current violations. It's not your job to solve current violations by providing a new application that is also obtrusive to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Manny Begoles, 24 Maple Road. I just want to respond to the mulch. I had no idea that that pile was a problem. If I knew that, that would have been gone. It will be gone this week. Just had no idea that that was an issue with my neighborhood, my neighbor.
Thank you.
Hi, Karen Griffin, 12 Parkerville Road. I actually live on the peak of the hill, and I can tell you that it is blind going in either direction upon that hill. I have been in very close calls just pulling out of my driveway because people are speeding from Maple, flying over that hill and just missing me. In one case, it landed next to me. Oh, hello, you're speeding. So I just want to let folks know that it's not just at the intersection, it's that entire road. If you've got someone not paying attention and they're speeding, you've got these massive cranes driving on the road, probably doesn't have very good reaction time, and that person not paying attention, well, might not even be around when the results occur. I do have a couple of things. I did send the letter. I'm the one that sent the 3-pager from all of my other abutters. The continuous travel upon and the use of local roads in the neighborhood by these cranes will generate continuous damage to the paved asphalt, creating very large wheel ruts. I know this firsthand because I did have trees removed. Not only is my yard like this, but so is my driveway. And my driveway was done very well. It has a huge amount of stone base, and I still have to deal with that. This is very treacherous on a road that has become a cut-through from 495 to Parker Road and beyond. Will the town pay for these roads to be fixed every year? How does the town plan on making these roads safer for us to travel on? The more ruts, if you're not paying attention, guess what? You're going to completely lose control. I did provide you guys an article quoting the DOT about the damage done. The heavier the vehicle, the more damage that's done. So I won't go into that. The other thing that I have, which is actually a question, I did read the applications. I did see the very ambiguous contractor's yard. But I am interested in what exactly will be in that contractor's yard. What will be committed to that will be there. I don't want to be surprised if you guys decide, yes, we'll grant this. I don't want to be surprised by weird things in there or dangerous things in there because, like another neighbor, guess what? That's my backyard. And his land stands and stretches pretty much to the pond. So I want to make sure that we're going to be safe going forward. I can tell you I'm very much against this. I don't want my beautiful historic district area, my lovely neighborhood, residential neighborhood, I don't want that to change. The other thing I have is the planning board has in its charter, and I read this, but I can't tell you where I read it, that they want to keep the character of the area intact. How do you plan on doing that when Maple Road Parkerville Road, Garrison, etc. are part of a historical residential district by changing the zoning and granting a special permit for not just light industrial, but heavy industrial. A 100-ton crane is classified as heavy industrial. So that's one other thing to point out. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys are troopers. I don't know how you do this late.
Don't either.
Is that how all these meetings are? I mean,
Not all of them. Only some.
So
This one's shorter.
I'm at Talbot. I'm at 40 Maple Road. I'm 3 houses away from the current Maxwell's. Here for a couple things. So first and foremost, my neighbors, the Tassies, Brianna and Steve, I believe they submitted a letter to you guys, and there's really no reason for me to read their letter because you've already done it. I won't do that. But part of their concern is just the basic idea, and other people have mentioned it, that that area as it is, even with the Maxwells and previously Agway, it sort of has a farmy feel to it. Even with Lockheed Martin there, it's pretty well fenced off and they're quiet. But, a little bark mulch, a little bit of stuff. They cater to equestrians. It's kind of a nice addition to the neighborhood. It's nice to go down there. The flowers are out front. So they're afraid that's going to change, having all these big trucks just parked there as a parking lot. In addition to that, it's safety is their big concern, traffic safety. And that is probably my biggest concern. So, I've lived there for 25 years, and much like Deb had mentioned earlier, we were told that, we were getting sidewalks. And again, my children have, grown. They weren't able to benefit from those, going to buy them. But beyond that, the road is narrow. And as you crest the hill, and I think it's been mentioned that both on Parkerville and Maple, the way the landscape is and the grading there, there's a hill on both of those roads, and you come up and over, and it can be a little bit dangerous. So I think that the main concern that we need to address is the fact that the road already has issues. And before any special permitting could possibly be issued, I think those issues need to be addressed. You've got the bike path, lots of people, constantly. The school, it's busy. People park at the school for the bike path. Maple Road in itself, if I'm trying to walk or get to the bike path from my house, walking up and over the hill, I actually cannot walk against traffic as you're supposed to safely. I actually have to walk on the opposite side, keeping an eye out, and then cross over, because you get to the point where you reach the top of the hill and cars are coming in the other direction, you're going to get clipped, because there's bushes there and it's very dangerous. So I think the introduction of, any business that would have multiple vehicles moving in and out of there, especially cranes. I mean, something else to look at, let's get some impressive equipment, good-looking stuff, but, it's like he's got a 100-ton crane. Those things are like 100,000 pounds gross. Granted, it's got 8 wheels on the ground, and they all articulate and turn. But somebody had mentioned, I believe it was Chris, about taking the left-hand turn. I'm guessing that it will be a little bit difficult for them to take the turn to get to Parkerville. Maybe not. These guys are good operators. But the impact that those will have on the road, cranking the wheel and the pressure that it puts on the road, I'm imagining that it will have a dramatic impact on the asphalt, in that area. So I guess the big thing is safety, noise, there's a concern there. Seems like he's got a nice growing business. He gets in there. I will say that the description that was given of the business doesn't sound like any tree company I've ever heard of in existence. It sounds like basically he just wants to park cars there. So I would have to say in the future at some point, maybe we would not just be airing up the tires, maybe we might have a mechanic that's doing maintenance. I would assume that at some point in time, maintenance would have to be done, and therefore, you've got all kinds of things. I mean, forget about the backup alarms that are screaming. Chainsaws running chippers, diesel engines, all over the place. So I guess that's about it, rather than talk about the same things everyone else has talked about. So I would say we really need to take a look at the road before we even consider this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, did you want to talk, CJ?
Yeah, I guess very briefly, just touch on a couple things. If the cranes, let's just call them trucks. When they're driving down the road, they're trucks. They happen to be cranes when they're on a job site set up. We're talking about cranes like they're these like big violent weapons. It's a truck, right? It's a truck, and excise tax in Massachusetts, I'm sure everybody is very familiar. They charge $25 per $1,000 based on the vehicle's worth. So when I bought this crane brand new, it's over $1 million, about 1.2. So the excise tax alone, forget about the sales tax, 6.25%. The excise tax alone is $30,000. That's basically saying the excise tax goes to what? It goes towards the roads directly for potholes, this and that. So every year, and that's just one crane, every year when we pay excise tax, money goes into the potential damage that these vehicles incur. And as far as the zoning getting changed, I'm asking for a special permit. If buy it, whatever, I go to sell the place, it's not that the zoning has been changed. I think there's like this confusion that once if you grant the special permit, it's this way forever. It's only temporary for the owner. As soon as the place passes hands, the new owner would have to go up here again and ask for the same special permit if need be. It's not that it's been godfathered in, from what I understand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. So it's not going to be once it's a contractor yard now, it's this way forever. It's whatever applicant, whomever is asking for it, they'll either get it or they won't. So you don't have to worry about me changing it forever. 100-ton cranes, 60-ton cranes, it's not how much they weigh. A 100-ton crane, my crane, it weighs 130,000 pounds, which isn't light by any means, but your normal dump truck, like hauling a load of crushed stone, easily weighs well over 100,000 pounds. You just don't really think it because it kind of looks so compact, but when it's full with rocks, it weighs just as much, so the weight shouldn't really be a bearing factor. The zoning definition is CB. So as far as the zoning being in place to, protect neighborhoods and those sort of things, CB doesn't even allow a single family dwelling.
Excuse me, if you
Yeah.
if you
I
ladies
didn't
could
talk
take
when
the
you guys
conversation
were speaking.
out in the hall.
It's actually people in the back row.
Okay. So the zoning CB doesn't even allow for single-family dwellings, two-family dwellings. It's not for residential whatsoever. If you look through it, through the chart there, a lot of things that are a by right of the property that don't even require a special permit from the planning board. One of them is a car dealership. It's a by right, which from what I understand, you don't even have to get a special permit, right?
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Where it says Y on the chart, Y for yes, right?
Yes.
So in theory, in theory, if somebody else bought the place, it's not going to be another farm stand, as Manny said, it's just not a great business. Other places in town knew it's for sale. If they wanted to buy it, they would. It's just not doing well. So somebody else that is going to make some noise is going to buy the place. A car dealership could potentially be there without the need of a special permit. And let's say they keep 60 F-350s there. That is a potential. It's an alternative where, okay, can there be 15 trucks here that leave at 7 a.m. and are gone all day? Or do you want to deal with a car dealership that's open 7 days a week? There's a lot worse things that are a by right of this property that I think could be there as a much noisier alternative than what I would have to offer. So if you could please consider granting the special permit, I would greatly appreciate it, because I'm tired of looking for properties.
So just, I know it's super late, so, and I know we just want to move on. So what I'd like to suggest is a site visit, and I'm happy to do two. We could do one on a Saturday, which probably is convenient. Happy to do one at like 5 of 8 on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning, and we'll line up the crane. We'll line up 2 or 3 pieces of equipment behind it, and we'll see how it is coming out. And I just think that's the best way to handle it, because otherwise it's he said, she said, and it's not going to go anywhere. So I know it's more time for the board, but if the board has concerns, I can tell you, because I have kids in the elementary school, this drop-off is 9:45 to 9 o'clock. So we're going to be long gone before then. And the school buses leave the school between 3 and 3:15.
That's incredible.
All right, so, I mean, I have kids at South Row, so that's when I take my kids to school. I'm sitting in line at 8:45, if I meant to say. I'm sitting in line at 8:45. They won't even let me get the kids out of the car until 9 o'clock. He's going to be long gone before then. But it is what it is. So let's do 2 site visits. Let's do one on a Saturday and one on a weekday.
Right,
All right?
why don't we come up with a couple times and we'll figure it out, and we'll make it open to the public if people have an interest in attending.
Yeah. All right. So is that something that where the board's here tonight, we could at least schedule a Saturday one?
I don't know if it's necessary at this point yet. I honestly don't. It's going to turn into a fiasco. Okay? How do we know? I would want to know which trucks we're bringing. What are his 3 largest trucks? And I would want to know, I'd want a picture of them, so I want to make sure that that's arriving. Because how do we know we're getting the right equipment? I just see it just can't go out and have a site visit with something so contentious of this right now. You're going to have, it's going to be a fiasco.
I think we
How
need.
do you control that?
I think we need more information first.
All right, so what information would you like?
So, before we even get to that point, one question I have for Evan is, does this property fall within any Concom purview because of the distance to the pond?
So David Kunz, the agent, did submit a email response. He indicated that there was absolutely no jurisdiction.
Okay. So my 2 other requests for more information would be, I would like to see a traffic study done on this in terms of not necessarily vehicle volume like we've seen, but again, back to the safety purview related to that intersection, the size of these vehicles, the length of the trucks and trailers.
Sight lines, the bike trail.
Yeah, so I'd like to see that type of safety review being done on the traffic. The other thing, because of the number of vehicles on the site, I would like to get DPW's opinion on whether this triggers fleet storage, which could trigger the high pollutant, the potential for high pollutant load, which could impact stormwater regulations. And if that's the case, then we may need to have significant stormwater remediation done on this site, given the number of vehicles stored there. So I'd like to get their review on whether this meets their definition of fleet, and then if it does that trigger
Sure.
the stormwater?
And what does that trigger?
Yeah, I mean, I'll ask, this is related to level, right?
Yeah, the level.
I'll ask DPW to make a determination on that. On the traffic, I think that's a request you're making to the applicant, which they may need some further articulation beyond what you've said. But you should bring that around the board on the traffic. To what extent do you want the applicant to do a study? And I don't know if you want to do that at this late hour.
Yeah, we might want to push this.
Okay.
And I think the rest of the board needs to look at section 195, 103, section B, which is the criteria of the 6 items for a special permit.
Right.
And I think we each have to do that based off of what we heard tonight, and then come back at the next meeting and determine if this proponent meets those 6 criteria. And each one of us has to make a decision on that, per this location. It's in the bylaw.
Wait,
Without a site visit? I'd like to do a site visit first. I honestly have never been in the back of that property. I've only been in the retail section.
We'd welcome one.
If the group wants to do a site visit, fine. But put some criteria to it. We're not just showing up at 7 o'clock in the morning and figure out what truck's coming.
sideshow.
Yeah.
And half the town of Chelmsford's there. I mean,
The cranes are, I deal with cranes, I've been dealing with cranes my whole life, basically. I know how they operate. I'm good with how a crane operates. I'd just like to see the property.
You like to see what?
The property.
Property.
Well, you can go see the property. I'm sure
Walk the property
no one was gonna object to you walking the property.
and where they're gonna locate their cranes, the sight lines and all of that. Come up with a plan on where you can open up the sight lines, reduce noise, and where on the property he would be parking which crane.
Okay, at this
He probably
point,
has a plan.
let's run it very quickly around the board. Who wants to do a site visit at this point? Chris?
No,
Mike?
I could,
not right now.
yes or no, I'd go either way.
I'm a
I
no.
know the property.
I'm a no.
I know the property, no.
I'm a no.
I'm a no.
Oh, yeah. Paul, you're a yes, so you're outnumbered. Number 2, I think I'm gonna suggest that we hold off on the, request for a traffic study. I think that, that's coming. I mean, you know that's coming. But I don't think I don't think we're ready right now to exactly say what we want. So I'm gonna request a motion.
Any other additional information for the 14th that you want me to
So,
have?
before we say the 14th, because we have, like, everybody's been moved to the 14th. So are we planning to be here till, or should we move this to the 24th, is it, or whatever?
It's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, I think we would want the 14th because we haven't had the opportunity to
Oh, there's a leak in the other room.
even really hear from the board as to what additional information they want. So then we're going to come on the 28th to hear what additional information we want. And it's, you know,
Yeah,
I-
it's just
so we
dragging
need
out.
to, if at all possible, get more information on the 14th from the board as to what they want, or do it
So we give them a
tonight.
traffic study, then at least by then we would have it back.
Okay. We're gonna get the standard traffic study.
I think
No.
Chris was pretty articulate about what he wanted.
No.
You
I
want
think
this side
that
of-
this needs to be focused, just like Hildreth, on safety, not traffic volumes, because we know the volume itself won't be, the volume will probably be a decrease.
Yeah.
But the truck traffic may increase, and the times may be different, and the safety will certainly be different, because there are different sight lines to the vehicles they have compared to the Maxwell vehicles. So I would like to have it focused on sight lines, how long it's gonna take some of these vehicles to pull out of Maxwell's, the sight lines, the reaction times, pedestrian safety,
Pedestrian impact.
sidewalks, all of that type of focus.
And the study should look at Parkerville Road, Maple
Oh, yeah,
Road
that
going up
entire
over,
intersection.
up over that hill. It's
Yeah.
not just right there at the intersection.
Right.
It's 100 yards on each side,
Probably
Yep.
Kate's Corner.
and coming down from
Kate's-
Kate's
Kate's
Corner.
Corner, yeah.
Yep.
And the intersection with the bike trail.
I mean, what's the impact of Kate's Corner too on 27, which is a very, that's a tough location as well.
Yep.
All right.
All right, so at least that way we'll
Do you
have.
feel like you have enough to get working on that? Because it seems like everyone's in agreement that we need a traffic study.
Right. All right, I'd respectfully request we continue to the 14th.
Okay.
And then we'll just see where we're at. And if we need more time, we can continue from there.
I'm okay with that, but I would like to, I would think I would like to reverse the order from tonight.
Work with you on that. You could probably, we won't have any MBT, we'll have minor MBTA zoning, so start at 6. Continue on it.
Yeah, I already
I'll
asked
make
for
a
that.
motion to continue to the 14th then?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Paul,
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. And I'll take another motion, please.
Aye.
Motion to
Motion to
adjourn?
adjourn at this point, skip the
Motion to adjourn, second. All in favor?
Aye.
I don't know what this agenda item will be on. Okay, we'll start at 7.
We need to get an